73, heavy Minneapolis contact you via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Alpha, cross forward, Alpha.
Delta 2301, Minneapolis Tower, 5.5 pin trip to 73, wind 25011, right 30 left, clear line. Flexjet 225, fly runway heading runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. Air flight 3046, contact departure heading 180, see ya. Up to 2885, wind 25012, gust 19er, fly heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Endeavor 4774, Minneapolis Tower, 30 right, on a point. Negative. Flexjet 225, turn right, heading at 360 northbound, contact departure.
Right heading 360 northbound, contact departure, Flexjet 225.
Endeavor 4852, unable to turn left, contact ground point center. Up to 2885, contact departure, if you would, pass on fire up, we'll see you. Endeavor 4774, wind 25012, gust 19er, fly runway heading right 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Endeavor 4852, ma'am, contact departing via Papa. So 2658, ma'am, down from 3 runway 30 right. 2658, and yeah, you can expect one.
24, turn right, contact ground point out.
Turn right, ground point out, Delta 2924.
Pop it. 602, Minneapolis Tower, on a 73, 2 mile, final 12611, gust 19er, right 30 left, clear line.
30 left, clear line. First via Charlie Papa. Charlie Papa, going Charlie 11 now, Delta 2924.
Matey, contact departure. Be sure to wave the spotters park off the left there. They're doing a nice live stream right now.
Alright, well, good wave.
Flying from my heading, quick protected.
Happy Saturday, everybody. Welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. Who's ready for some live plane spotting today from Minnesota's aviation mecca? I also want to wish everybody a happy Memorial Day weekend as we get our live plane spotting broadcast underway here from the great state of Minnesota. Happy that you all could join us for some amazing weather out here on this Saturday afternoon. We should be riding the broadcast all the way down until sunset. Here from the aircraft viewing area, our usual stomping grounds. And we want to welcome everybody aboard to what is going to be an action-packed day for plane spotting here at MSP. Hi, everybody. Welcome aboard. My name is Alex. I'm the executive producer of MSP Airport Live, welcoming you into our live plane spotting presentation here on this Saturday afternoon. Well, there's a lot to get to as well, and we're also going to do another membership gifting here during the broadcasts. Also want to thank everybody for crossing a big milestone on the last show. So our growing community is now past 15,000 amazing subscribers. We're also going to get some of your hellos today. In addition to that, Marco Snapshot, it's good to see you, my friend. Says, good afternoon, MSP. Good afternoon, Marco. All right, Marcus, good to see you, my friend. Says, good afternoon, MSP friends. Track JJ, good to see you today, JJ. Says, good afternoon, everyone. Sneaking on from work again. All right, going to do a little bit of working and lurking today. Amy Hacker says, hi, everybody. Hey, Amy, so good to see you today. And our good friend Thomas saying, good afternoon, Alex. Back from a spectacular vacation to Ireland. Great to hear that your vacation to Ireland was amazing, Thomas. Thanks so much for tuning in today. Don Rumsey says, what's up? Hey, Don. Good to see you today. Thanks for tuning in to our Saturday edition of MSP Airport Live. Chris, good to see you today. Says, how was Los Angeles? It was fantastic. You can go back and watch the replay to all of our live plane spotting broadcasts from out in Los Angeles. We had a fun time. Big thanks to our friends Peter and Josh from LA Flights. Broslini says, happy Saturday, MSP Plane Spotters. Hey, Broslini92, good to see you today. Cam also saying good afternoon. Good afternoon, Cam. Good to see you today. Florida Stuff says, hi, Alex from Southwest Florida. So good to see you today. Happy Saturday, buddy.
So 2699, wind 2708.
All right, AJ, good to see you today as well. We've got a lot of the plane posse in the chat today. Weather about 3. So good to see you today. Bob says, hey there, Alex, got you and LA flights on. All right. So, yeah, that's the way to do it. And depending on how late that our friend Josh is going to be going live at Clutter's Park today from LA, if he's still going, we're going to kick you guys over to Los Angeles when the live plane spotting wraps up from here.
3027, squawk 2441.
All right, everybody, so we have a really good day for spotting today. Let's talk about our weather a little bit. Temperatures in the low 60s right now. Nice fresh breeze, as you can probably hear in the background.
Sun Country 3027, 2441.
So the 30s are active today. So that is we like to call a mixed. That's a mixed flow or north flow. So today we had a little bit of a mixed flow. So we'll have some of the departures on 17 behind us. And of course we'll have the arrivals on runway 30 left and 30 right.
Skywest 4122, wind 26010, gust 19er, can you so steps 17? Country 1813 and wind 26013, gust 19er, can you accept 17? Country 1813, right, just let me know. Denver 4913, Minneapolis, can you catch the wind there? Line up with it.
3027 Minneapolis Tower, wind 213, 19, turn right heading 180, runway 17 data.
You can taxi around the pushback.
Station Kilo and X-ray now transfer altimeter 29904.
Denver 4913, sorry about that, they're off to your right, disregard. Minneapolis departure information, X-ray current, altimeter 29904.
So there you go, everybody. There's a pretty
4122,
MSP way to start the day. How about that? Embraer E175LR arriving on the south parallel runway.
300, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
So there are some departures that are going to be happening on 17. It does look like we will have some takeoffs on 30 left sprinkled in. Of course, the north parallel has been rocking departures pretty much the entire day. We're going to get some more of your comments here in just a little bit. Also, Bruslini 92. Thanks so much for the MSP Airport Live membership. Welcome to our economy tier. There's going to be some changes to the names of our membership tiers in the upcoming days.
Sun Country 1813, thank you.
The perks will remain the same, though.
Contact departure.
4101, turn into your gate after the Embraer on Quebec.
All right, we got a nice south parallel departure with Delta A321. Let me see if we got any more south parallel departures that are queuing up. And we do not at the moment. We do have an arrival bank that should be here relatively soon. Also, we're not too far away from our next heavy arrival Delta 9er from London Heathrow, about 24 minutes away from Minneapolis, St. Paul. It's the A330-900. And if you're just tuning in today, welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport for live plane spotting. My name is Alex, the executive producer of MSP Airport Live. So excited that you could join us today for some Saturday plane spotting up close with the big jets for Minneapolis St. Paul International Airports. Now, I know I said on our last installment of MSP Live it was going to be a toss-up on Wednesday whether or not it was going to be live today or yesterday, which we all know the answer to that.
4913, monitor tower, 126.7.
Saturday was obviously the better weather day to come out and do some plane spotting. Also, I had some extra things to take care of at work, too, that I was always happy to take care of. I really like the work that I do, and I want to make sure I do a good job when I'm at work. Fridays typically tend to be a busy day at work, of course. There's always a good supply of things to do. All right, so let's get to some more of your comments. Bruslini92, hey, thanks so much for becoming an MSP Airport Live member. Welcome to Economy. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. AJ, our good friend, saying, afternoon, Alex, mods, and fellow spectators. Good to see you today, AJ. Want to wish everybody a happy Memorial Day weekend as we have a chance to reflect on the men and women who gave all so we could enjoy the freedoms that we are enjoying right now, doing live plane spotting.
Bell 2699, normal SB0, left taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie, hold. Charlie 5, Charlie, Alpha.
Colt Matthews, so good to see you today, my friends. It's my pregame for the Indy 500 tomorrow. Yes, we got the Indy 500 coming up.
Delta 2699, X-ray, not current. Pick that up on the way.
One of the most notable motorsporting events on the planet.
4913, Minneapolis start, Mike, cross on my 30 left and tread on whiskey.
Jerway is good to see you again, my friends. It's happy Saturday, everyone. Hi, Alex. Well, hey, Jerway, it's great to have you on board with us today. Super awesome.
4122, Minneapolis start, Mike, cross on my 30 left.
So how's our weekend going?
Mike, cross 30 left.
Curious to know how your weekend is going down in our live chat here today. On this Saturday, I want to welcome everybody into Minneapolis, St. Paul. Bruslini, hey, I'm happy that you're joining Economy, that you're supporting the channel. And hey, you know, and any support just being here, showing up. Really appreciate you joining the live broadcast all the time. So coming up around 3 o'clock, everybody, what we're going to do is we're going to do a membership giveaway at around the 3 o'clock hour. We're going to be giving away 5 MSP Airport Live gift memberships. So stay tuned. We're going to have the we're going to have a supply drop. We're going to have the MSP Airport Live gift drop coming up here at around 3 o'clock. Traven fam, hey, good to see you back here, my friends. Is back and loving the live. Awesome. Glad you're enjoying all the action today on a Saturday. It's a little bit more laid back than maybe midweek than what we're used to seeing. But Saturday is always a good day to come out because we have good weather. We have usually a pretty good, vibrant scene at the aircraft viewing area. There's a lot of people here, and Saturdays can actually be quite interesting. I mean, we just had a go around actually before we went live to air. This is Endeavor Flight 4913 headed to Des Moines, Iowa with a CRJ 900.
3432, runway 17 taxi.
So I guess we are still continuing to observe a mixed north flow, which means that a lot of the regional departures are going to want 17 behind us and mainly out of view. We can get the climb out on 17. But we want to try and focus on the action that's going to be primarily in front of us from the viewing area. That's going to be the closer looks. So this is SkyWest Flight 4122, the Embraer E175LR. It's headed to Walmart, USA, a.k.a. Bentonville, Arkansas. So it's a Delta Connection flight operated by SkyWest.
Convoy 3432, Monarch Tower 126.7.
So also just a reminder for everybody, in around 20 minutes, we'll have our first heavy of the broadcast. Delta Niner from London with the A330 900 will be touching down here on the South Parallel in front of us at MSP Live. And we will also have the departure of this flight later, I assume. It looks like one of the A330 200s that will be in command of Delta 258 Heavy later tonight, headed to Dublin. It's a daily flight now during the later spring and summer at MSP. The aircraft type also changes from an A330 300 to an A330 200, which is nice because there's only 11 A330 200s in Delta's fleet, which makes it the most uncommon wide-body aircraft to spot with Delta Airlines big jets.
Country 1813, contact departure, good day.
Now it's a regular visitor here. We see this every day. But trying to find a Delta 330 200 elsewhere that is not at a Delta hub out in the wild, it's kind of difficult.
4328 Minneapolis Tower, winds 27011, runway 30 right, clear to land.
Mike Oxley, so good to see you today, my friends. It's sounding great, Alex. Excellent camera work. You have a great day as well, Mike. Thanks for tuning in. JMO, thanks so much for joining us today. JMO was already tuned in about 20 hours before our show today. That's dedication. Thanks so much, JMO. Traven Fam says, I want a nice buttery slice when Delta Niner comes in. I think that's what you're referring to, right? Yeah?
280 enter.
It's kind of hard to mess up an A330 landing. I think you have to be pretty talented to mess that up. Yeah, the A330 series of aircraft, whether it's the Dash 200, the Dash 300, the 900 Neo, we see all of them here at MSP during the week, and in fact, on a daily basis. They're all really hyper smooth landings. '81 Madman, so good to see you today. Says I fly regularly from Bentonville to MSP. Interesting. Thanks for sharing. That's really cool. It's nice having a direct flight. Used to always be through Chicago or Dallas. Ugh. Yeah, connecting through Chicago is not as bad as you might think. I mean, if you're flying, let's say, these guys, if you're taking American or American Eagle through O'Hare, it's not too bad from what I've heard. The connections on United, ugh. Yeah, would not prefer that. But if you do have quite a lot of time on your hands through Chicago, it's not that bad.
That's 4122, contact departure.
Departure Scouts 4122.
Dream Spinner 3MN, good to see you today, my friends. Good afternoon, everyone. Dream Spinner, good to see ya.
Ground Southwest 1908.
Happy Saturday. Also, big happy Memorial Day weekend to everybody that is tuning in. And speaking of the A330 300s that I just referenced earlier, as to all the different A330 variants we see here at MSP, here is one. This is actually an ex-Northwest A330 300. Well, how can you tell? Other than the registration and knowing the history of the Northwest fleet, there's a key identifier to look for. It's the engines. All right, we got to zoom out here to catch our next Delta departure.
Turn left heading 180 and contact departure. Good day.
180 departure 2699. Good day.
Delta 2699 headed to Raleigh-Durham with the A320 and ex-Northwest airframe. So all of Delta's A320s and A319s are ex-Northwest Airlines. So Delta inherited that entire roster at the merger with Northwest in 2008. Took a couple of years for Northwest and Delta to fully integrate everything. Wasn't until about 2010 or 2011 when things were pretty much completed. And at the time that the two airlines merged, we were talking about the merger that created the largest airline in the world at that time. So I think that A330 300 is more than likely going to be taking command of Delta 152 later tonight to head to Paris. It's the only other daily non-stop A330 300 flight that I can think of that's during the summertime assigned the A330 300. So you have Delta 162 and 163, 164 and 165. All of those flights, which are two non-stop services to AMS that are all assigned with the A330 Neo. 259 heavy and 258 heavy. That's the flight from Dublin and to Dublin, respectively. That's the A330 200. Delta 160 and 161 heavy. By the way, we will get a glimpse of 160 departing today with the A350. And the early Amsterdam flights are with the A350 during the spring, summer, and parts of early fall. Was that an albino bird?
3577, turn right heading 360.
And no, it was not a snowy owl. Oh, boy. I want to thank everybody for tuning in here on this Saturday. So great to have you aboard with us on MSP Airport Live. Alex Redding with you, executive producer of your home for Minnesota's live plane spotting from Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport on this Saturday afternoon. All right, so we do have some questions, and thankfully we do have a little bit of a break in the action, so we can go and answer those right now. So, the first question is, hi Alex, what is the A330 pushed back tonight? Which one? There's a few different variants. We have the A330-900s, the Neos, right? We have the A330-300s and the A330-200s. Now, the A330-200, that's going to Dublin. Let's see if I can get a beat on that one for you. And the A330-300 to Paris.
Bay 77, pushes approved, runway 30, right?
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and dig that out. Okay, so at 4:20 p.m. later this afternoon, the A330-300 headed to Paris. And I think the aircraft that was just getting towed, and that was an F-14, that actually was the aircraft that is assigned Delta 152 Heavy to Paris tonight. They're going to have a wheels up. Scheduled departure time of around 4:20 p.m. It's going to probably be maybe a little bit later than that. 803 November Whiskey is the registration on that aircraft. So we should be looking at around a 4:20 or 4:30 p.m. departure for our Air France A330, and that's the -300 variant. Now, the A330-200, it's going to be departing a little bit later. 6:41 p.m. later. It's running a little bit behind today. Delta 258 to Dublin should have a wheels up departure around 6:41 or 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time with the A330-200. And then, of course, around, I think, the 7 o'clock hour, we should have Delta 162 depart for Amsterdam with the A330-900.
So 3470 Minneapolis Tower, turn right heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Reed Aviation, good to see you today, Reed. Happy Saturday. Hope you're having a great weekend. Broslini asks us, an A350 is going to AMS tonight. Of course. It's every day. Delta 160 will be departing with the A350-900 tonight. And Jerways has a question for us. Are there any 763s left in the Delta MSP schedules? Haven't seen any in a hot minute. So with the 767-300, that used to be the assigned aircraft from here to Honolulu and back. But the A330 kind of took that over. Now, we are supposed to get a nonstop service to Kahului, and that is not expected to start until late this year. That will be on a 767-300. So I was really excited when they announced a second nonstop service to Hawaii. J-Ro, Ruida Rodriguez. Hello, everybody. Hey, J-Ro, happy Saturday. Good to have you on board. Thanks for being with us. Chase Tuna 9, hey, good to see you today, my friend. Says, hey, Alex, any interesting liveries expected today? Not any interesting liveries that I noticed on the schedule today. Of course, that could be subject to change. JMO says you should go to Flying Cloud in Eden Prairie. So one of the things that we're trying to do is hopefully cover one of the air shows out there at Flying Cloud, because Flying Cloud air shows are a lot of fun. There is going to be an air show. It's a one-day thing coming up in July, actually maybe middle or early July. So we will see about that. So we're going to see if we're able to get any air shows. Be very cool because we've not done any in channel history, I think, to this point. Hopefully we can change that. All right, we have a gift of membership we got to celebrate here. Marco, thanks so much for sending one MSP Airport Live gift membership. And Traven fam, all right. So Traven, look at that. You get a gift membership. Trevin, okay. Trevin. Good to know.
Jet 1531, Minneapolis Tower, fighting 300, remain 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Marco says, just waiting for a flight from Milano to Minneapolis. That would actually be a really cool nonstop service, and I could see Delta doing something like that. Maybe with the 767-400ER. I would actually really dig a flight nonstop from here to Milan. The nonstops to Rome, by the way, which we will also get a glimpse of that service today. That's been really popular for Delta, and I don't think that's going to be going away anytime soon, hopefully. Timothy Jackson says, good afternoon. Just landed in Denver from MSP a couple hours ago, I think. I take for granted how easy the MSP Airport is. Good to see you today, Timothy, and I hope the flight was great for you. Yeah, I know, and that's one of the things that I was thinking about when I traveled to Los Angeles. Oh.
Country 395, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Whiskey. Delta Whiskey, 30 left.
980 for negative special contact, ground point, Hannah.
Better expression ground point 9, Delta 900.
Jet 1531, take departure.
Southwest 1908, you're up on ground.
So that's not a flight I think we can miss. Delta Niner now arriving from London with the A330-900.
Delta Niner, Minneapolis ground, taxi departing via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Alpha cross 4 to Park Delta 9.
Skylab 4130, Minneapolis ground, push through runway 30 right.
Marco says, Delta does do a flight from Milan to Atlanta and JFK. It's a good idea to do it on the 767. The other thing that Delta as an airline would have to consider is, where's everybody going to go? Where's everybody going to go when they show up? I think also the market demand plays a strong factor into that as well. And because of Delta's connections to New York's JFK and to Atlanta, Milan actually doesn't sound like a bad idea for a nonstop that Delta could do. Not every day, of course. I don't think it would have the popularity to be a daily thing, but I think that there would be enough interest in it. But I think Delta also doesn't want to undercut the Rome service at the same time. Okay, I think Sun Country is going to be going to 30 left here. There seems to be a split in the departing traffic on the west runway, runway 17, and also on runway 30 left. I like that. Gives us a nice variety, too, because I like the close taxis on Whiskey. But I also don't want to be deprived of you're getting to see any takeoffs at 30 left with the narrow bodies. The wide bodies will use 30 left, unless if they request different.
New York 4750 Minneapolis Tower, 25010, runway 30 left, good land.
Trevin Fams is crazy about the, yeah, I know. So that topic is unfortunately, we're not going to be covering that on this channel. There's already enough coverage on that. That'll be out of bounds for our show today. So Mike 7896 says good afternoon from ATW. Delta also has seasonal Boston to Milan. Interesting. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Great to have you on board today, Mike. Happy Saturday. Hope you're having a great Memorial Day weekend. And hello, everybody. Welcome to the aircraft viewing area. My name is Alex. I'm the executive producer of MSP Airport Live. So great to have you on board our live program today. Well, I did say it was that time at around 3 o'clock that we're going to be getting some gift memberships. So don't you guys worry. We're going to be giving away some MSP Airport Live gift memberships coming up here. All right, everybody. So here we go. Drum roll, please.
Kmsp 4130, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
Should probably add that sound effect to the soundboard. So there we go, everybody. It's our gift package for today, MSP Airport Live. You are welcome, everybody. We're sending 5 gift memberships because you guys are an amazing audience today. Reed Aviation, congratulations on the gift membership. Firefighter Praz with the gift membership as well. Dave Airplane 4577. Congratulations on the membership. Patrick Lloyd also receiving a gift membership. And Jan Orlando. Have fun with your MSP Airport Live gift memberships.
Country 395, contact departure.
What departure, good day.
Skies 4130, Minneapolis Tower, fighting 300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway 30 right.
Sun Country in the delivery colors. Circa 2001. Sun Country 395 headed to San Francisco, California. They were probably a pretty loaded flight today, which explains why they needed the south parallel at its 10,000 feet of real estate for departure. They're probably a pretty loaded aircraft.
2732, Minneapolis, ground push approved, runway 30 right. 2732, Minneapolis, ground push approved, runway 30 right.
Minneapolis Tower, good afternoon. Winds 25010, runway 30 left, good land.
All right, our next arrival coming in from Chicago Midway. It's Endeavor Air with the CRJ.
.4130, Roger, fly heading 300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
So if you're enjoying the action here from Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport today, make sure to hit the thumbs up button, easiest way to support the channel. Also, big thank you to our wonderful live viewers that have hit the thumbs up button to support MSP Airport Live today and that are enjoying the action from Minneapolis St. Paul here on this Saturday afternoon.
Over 4715 Minneapolis, contact the
All right, let's take a look at our next arrival. We got Southwest 537 from Phoenix. Sun Country 416 is on the descent. They're not quite on final approach. They're coming in from Miami, that Sun Country flight. Been in the air now for just over 3 hours,
4051 Minneapolis, Charlie. Make the
which is pretty typical. They made some good time today.
Right on Alpha. Up to Alpha 10, hold short, 30 right. Oh, sorry, 30 left.
SkyWest 4051 headed to Sioux Falls.
Delta 1471 Minneapolis, ground push approved, runway 17.
Marco Selly, good to see you today, my friend. Hope you're having a great weekend so far.
30 contact, departure.
Sure ways, I'm going to miss the Sun Country tails too. It's going to be a little while before we won't see them anymore. I think they're going to keep, and by the way, them meaning Allegiant. I don't think that Allegiant is going to get rid of the Sun Country Retro, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Southwest 537, turn up to Charlie, taxi via Charlie Tango, and monitor ground point 9 as you go. Charlie Tango and
All right, Charlie Tango, the taxi instructions for our Southwest arrival.
44 Minneapolis, Charlie Alpha 10.
With the MAX 8. Speaking of Southwest MAX 8s, how awesome would it be if we were able to get Independence 1 on Memorial Day this Monday, which, by the way, will be live on Monday and Wednesday next week.
So 2732, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa, join Papa behind the Embraer.
Sure ways, yes. The Legion better keep the Sun Country Retro.
So 2732, sorry about that.
I think they will, because it does cost quite a bit of money to repaint an airplane. And with how many expenses that low-cost carriers try and limit or avoid, I think the good news is that we'll be seeing the Sun Country Retro livery for a good while. Now, the University of Minnesota special livery, I'm not really sure on that one. It would be nice if they were to just keep that livery in its current state and then just replace the titles. Because I could see Allegiant doing that with Gopher Pod. Speaking of Gopher Pod, 809SY, I don't see him out here today.
If you need 30 for operational necessity,
826 Sierra Yankee is the registration of the Retrojet that Sun Country recently unveiled. And unfortunately, it is not scheduled to fly today. Saturdays can kind of be a bit of a slow day for Sun Country. Chase Tuna 9, yes, it does cost a lot of money to repaint an aircraft.
4032, me up current, takes parking via Papa.
Chase Tuna 9 letting us know the retro aircraft is scheduled for tomorrow. That's good. Fun fact about the Sun Country Airlines retrojet. Before that aircraft was painted in the retro livery this year, I flew on it twice. I think from here to Detroit was one of the flights that I took. That was actually the most recent. The other one was from here to Asheville, North Carolina. Airport code AVL. And interestingly enough, my flights on 826 Sierra Yankee, the two trips that I took on that aircraft before it got painted into the retro, were windy, cold, and rainy outside, and I didn't get to see much. I had a great ride, though. I had great flights on that aircraft. Both the times that I flew on 826 Sierra Yankee. And interestingly enough, I sat in the same seat on both of those flights in the better seats section, the premium economy up front in the aircraft on both of my voyages on 826.
Yeah, we're still working this issue. I don't know if I need to turn down. I want to make sure we're still good ahead.
Also, big question for our model collecting friends out there. Did anyone see that Gemini Jets recently is going to do a release of the Sun Country 737-900ERs in both 1 to 400 and 1 to 200 scale? By the way, you can go get those pre-orders right now, and there's a Memorial Day special where you can save, I think, I'll have to go back and double check, but I don't think it includes pre-orders. It might. Our friends over at DG Pilot have a Memorial Day sale. 15% off store-wide.
Connect to Park, I'll have a turn for you. Have a good day.
So it's a good time to go get some collectibles as well. So I'm certainly gonna try and place a pre-order here, I think, at some point.
Delta 1471, Minneapolis ground, runway 17, taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left. Uvo 33, Minneapolis ground, stay position. Uvo 33, runway 30 right, taxi via Whiskey Delta, hold short, runway 30 left.
Aviation 416, and walk back, turn left at 2 runway, probably only runway 22 and contact ground point item. Let's Charlie ground point to...
Delta 2591, the upper ground, push approved, runway 30 right. Abram, Delta 2591, expect 30 right. 416, the upper ground, takes the parking via Charlie, what's your gate?
Taxi park via Charlie to Hotel 5, Secretary 416.
416, roger, Charlie 1.
Charlie 1, Secretary 416.
United 1531, the upper ground, push approved, runway 17.
Trying to fight the wind up here, but it got quite windy within the last couple minutes. This spring has been a windbag. We've had a lot of colliding air masses up here in the northern U.S., especially in the upper Midwest. Even storm chasers and meteorologists are kind of referring this year in the severe weather world as the year of the Midwest because of how how turbulent and how much the air has clashed up here this spring with the changing of seasons. And this spring in particular, I mean, there are very few days that I can recall that didn't really have a lot of wind like we are seeing today. I mean, most of the days that we got were usually on the edge of gale force wind or gale force winds. And we're in a pretty good spot for some good winds, too, because we have air out of the north. We have air coming in from the west. We have air that's rushing south, right? So there have been a lot of streams that we've had this year that just been a wind cocktail, if you will, that have made for some pretty interesting landings. I know that when we have arrivals on the 12s, we get a windy show with 12 arrivals and we have 12 ops, which is a south flow. Those are a lot of fun. We've had a lot of fun shows with that. Other times, it's like, okay, we could really not use the wind right now. And there are some days where it's like, oh, this feels nice. This feels really nice. Minnesota has some wild, wild weather patterns during the spring. Really just year-round.
Connect departure.
Ground push approved, runway 30 right. Delta 1471, Monitor Tower 126.7.
Chase Tuna 9, thanks so much for the update on our Sun Country Retro 737. As far as tomorrow's schedule is concerned, we'll pull this up here so our lovely audience can have a look. So thanks for doing some digging around. This is the Retro. Tomorrow is expected to be Minneapolis to New York. And then back. So after doing a JFK turn, it'll go to Indianapolis. And then back to Minneapolis where we'll stay for the night.
Delta 1554, Minneapolis Tower, wind 27010, gust 1813, left to land.
Marco says his wind picking up. It seems to be picking up in spurts. And I know that our wind gusts are pretty strong comparative to the sustained winds. The sustained winds have been around 10 knots, which is perfect. I mean, that's not really too bothersome, but when you have knots, or when you have winds that exceed, I think, around maybe 19, 20 knots, when you get into the 20s, it can get a little annoying.
10 me up ground, push approved, runway 17.
Alright, push approved, 107. Roger. 1471 Map, Mike Cross, runway 30 left, and we'll go ahead and mark for you.
I think that's a Texan taking off. It's the T6.
360 on connect departure, have a good day. 360 departure, do that 33, yeah.
Well, Saturday is starting to have quite a few surprises.
Looks like kilo 8 short of kilo, that's a good time.
Left on kilo 8 short of kilo, Delta 1471. Did we have a time?
Yeah, you've got a time of 38 to 41. Time now is 22, so I'll get you airborne in about 13 minutes.
All right, everybody. We got a whale bus, Airbus A220.
Delta 2591, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
Flaming Arrow Fox, good to see you today. Happy Saturday.
Gonna be airborne in about 14 minutes.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Now, okay, thank you.
Flaming Arrow Fox says, you at the airport again? Yep. We had some nice weather this weekend, especially this Memorial Day weekend. Wanted to take full advantage of the weather today on this Saturday before getting busy with work and other family commitments tomorrow, and then we'll be back live on Monday and then Wednesday next week. The Wednesday show is probably going to be a little bit later start than our Monday show will. And if anybody knows anything about Minneapolis, Mondays are just madness.
And Victory 80 Minneapolis ground, runway 17 taxi.
That's a whole bunch of madness here on Mondays. The weather's supposed to be, I think it's to low in mid 80s on Monday, and as well as Wednesday too, when we're going to be out. Quite sunny. In addition to that, I think on Monday there was the threat of thunderstorms maybe in the afternoon, but it looks like that's going to be from Sunday night, overnight into Monday. So the rest of the day should be smooth sailing.
Endeavor 5380 behind the opposite direction Airbus. Continue taxi via Papa past 2 Embraers, then rejoin Quebec.
Delta 1564, turn right at Delta, traffic will cross Southfield, contact ground point under. United 1531 minutes, car traffic expired, 2 times hold in position at Mike, cross and 3 still left, going with still have more.
Delta 1554, Minneapolis ground, takes the parking via Delta Papa.
Delta 1564.
182 Juliet behind the CRJ off your left, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
All right, 8220 time.
Delta Quebec to your gate now.
Quebec, Delta.
So at 8220 arriving from Chicago O'Hare. And ironically, guess where this United 737 is headed out to?
107, runway 17, taxi via Delta Sierra Kilo.
So the 737-800 joining taxiway whiskey is also an O'Hare flight.
That was 4283 join Papa, contact down at point 9 good day.
All right, we got our Frontier daily nonstop from Dallas. It'll be next to land on the south parallel runway, runway 30 left. Steve the Eagle is back to say hello. I think this is now the third time in this entire month of May that we have seen Steve the Eagle on the broadcast.
Cancel taxi, advise ready.
Alright, cover that.
32, heading 360 over to departure field.
CRJ join Papa, continue via Papa, hold short of Papa 8.
Tower, wind 26014, gust 1903.
Oh, look at that. We didn't just get one T6 texted. I think we got 2 of them. Now, they don't show up on flight radar, so by the time that they are pretty much coming by us, I gotta get the camera on them quick. So, those are used as trainer aircraft.
3102, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
Yeah, 1068, turn up that bike, drop off with contact ground point 9. Country 344, Minneapolis Tower, wind 26012, gust 1903, start left to the land.
1068, Minneapolis ground, takes parking via Papa, cross runway 4.
Parking via Papa, cross runway 4,
Endeavor 5380, rejoin Quebec, continue Quebec, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left now. 75, Minneapolis ground, push approved.
Push approved, 75. Your flight 3224, turn left and contact ground point under. Left, ground point under.
And it's going to be 1 minute for the push.
Copy,
Ground, Central Flight 3224 on Delta for Hotel 9.
Central Flight 3224, Minneapolis ground, taxi parking via Delta.
Taxi parking via Delta, Central Flight 3224.
And you're on Sun Country 107, ready, check.
Surgery 107, Minneapolis ground, make the left turn out, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 2, Mike, Sierra, Kilo, cross runway 4.
Okay, Charlie 2, Mike, Sierra, Kilo, cross 4.
And there is Steve the Eagle.
Central Flight 3224, give way to the Sun Country off your nose, they'll be making a
So the first time that we said hello to Steve was actually in Los Angeles. I think it was during our last day of live shows in LA back earlier this month, if you guys can remember. And then I think on the Monday show, the first MSP show the week after our LAX expedition, we saw Steve the Eagle again. And Steve couldn't get enough of MSP Live, so Steve the Eagle is coming in to say hello to us for a third time this month. We all know that that's not true, but kind of fun to see Steve the Eagle 3 times in the same month. Don't think that I can say the same with any particular Frontier Airlines aircraft in all the years that I've been out spotting. Well, I suppose when you come out and you do it more regularly, the chances of that happening do increase.
344, Minneapolis ground, taxi parking via Delta as able.
Delta as able, Sun Country 344. Skyline 4270, turn right heading 340, country to the right, quick takeoff. Endeavor 5380, Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross runway 30 left, front with Peter 117. Cross runway 30 left at Mike, 2 Whiskey, and 217 for Endeavor 53.
Flaming Arrow Fox, is anything interesting yet or coming in soon? We actually do have Air France coming in tonight. So Air France, so after several consecutive days of sending a 777, yesterday they decided to change their mind and send us the Dreamliner and do the same today. It's actually kind of nice that Air France is sending us the Dreamliner a little bit more.
25 proceeds the hangar via Delta, Kilo 3, hold short, runway 17.
Delta, Kilo 3, hold short, 1775.
Country 605, Minneapolis ground, you're waiting for 2 company to pass your tail left, right, then push approved, runway 17.
So it's CRJ 700 headed to St. Louis. Flight 5380.
3102, runway 17, taxi via Quebec, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left.
Endeavor 5380 at the end behind Sun Country, please. Oh, Sun Country for Endeavor 5380. Guys, 370 affirmative, contact departure. Skywest 4262 Minneapolis Tower, wind 27011, gust 17, runway 30 left.
No limit aviation. I'm sorry that there's a lot of ads that pop up. It's one of the things, unfortunately, that I don't have control over. So appreciate you sticking with us despite all that.
Sun Country 107, Minneapolis.
Shemado 7 to YouTube. So good to see you today. Happy Saturday.
11 gust 17. Fly heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff, 107.
Trevin Pham says I passed Tom Selleck on the escalator at Detroit once. Oh, that's a wild fact. T-Space 9 says, hey, from sunny southwest Minnesota, tuning in until the Loon game starts. That's right. It's some Major League Soccer playoff action to catch.
Endeavor 5380, wind is 280 at 9er, runway 17, line up and wait.
It's not been a really good year for Minnesota sports, but hopefully this summer our local teams can kind of change the narrative in that aspect. Allie, good to see you today. Good afternoon to you as well.
1471.
Allie says, good afternoon, Alex and everyone. Shimano 7 Tubes says, thanks for spotting for us today. Absolutely, my pleasure. So if you're enjoying today's broadcast of live plane spotting from Minneapolis, St. Paul, make sure to hit the thumbs up button if you are liking the action here from the Twin Cities here on this Saturday. A lot more to come later on in the show. We invite you to stick around and stay tuned in. We've got Air France, got some cargo heavies coming in later, as well as our Delta Heavy departures to Amsterdam, to Paris. Also got our Rome and Copenhagen flights with the 330. And we've also got our Delta arrivals as well with the A330. Speaking of which, should probably check on the status of that.
Flight 230 over to departure, Sun Country 107.
Now, it's also been quite windy today, too. Wind's starting to pick back up just a little bit. And the winds are starting to be down the pipe just a little bit more for
75 Minneapolis Tower at Kilo 3, cross 117.
For the parallels.
126.7.
All right, our next arrival is SkyWest coming in from Aberdeen, CRJ. Whoa!
Sun Country 605, right deck.
Sun Country 605, runway 17, taxi via Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4.
Runway 17, Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4, Sun Country 605.
23, runway 3 right, taxi via Papa.
Yeah, the wind is starting to pick up out here, and I just got blasted with a pretty good gust, maybe around 20 knots.
Skywest 4262 to right, at Delta, contact ground point owner.
All right, it's a SkyWest house livery, CRJ.
Skywest 4102 Minneapolis Tower Cup has arrived as required to you at Mike, cross runway 30 left. Join with 017. Cross runway 30 left, and join whiskey to runway 17, Skywest 4102.
And a CRJ exiting at Papa 8 for Charlie.
Delta Papa at Bravo 2. Good morning,
And crossing the south parallel runway, SkyWest with an Embraer E175LR. Headed to Rochester, Minnesota. Flight 4102.
Ground tower 4044, clearing 30 right on that.
Stars 4044, may have ground taxi parking via Papa.
Parking via Papa, tower 44. 20, 130 right, clear for takeoff. Delta 1471, heading 180, contact departure.
Great day, Delta 1471.
Yeah, at 1531, keep it behind an Embraer, it'll pass off to the right behind him, taxi up to hold short runway 17, via whiskey.
Skyward 4044, let the Embraer heading to your right, join in front of you. Encore 3817, the up ground push approved, runway 30 right.
30 right.
605, students behind you, United at the end, monitor tower 123.67.
Delta 117 Heavy will be our next A330 arrival.
Sun Country 605.
It's doing it around a half an hour from Copenhagen. Pete, so good to see you today. Oh, I've been spotted. So there we go. We have our live spotting friends out at the viewing area with us here on this Saturday. You guys enjoyed the action so far? There you go. We got thumbs up. Love to see that. D-Space 9 says that SkyWest house livery screams toothpaste to my eyes. Kind of does look like a toothpaste tube, doesn't it? Unfortunately, I can't unsee it now that you pointed it out.
Yeah, 1531, the Embraer's on the roll. Wind is 280 at 11, runway 17, line up point. Endeavor 4871, contact departure. Skywest 3501, Minneapolis Tower, wind 280 at 11, runway 30 right, line up point.
Delta 2593, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
Push approved for 17, that's 2593.
So the mixed flow is continuing today.
Charlie Alpha.
And typically they have a north flow with all arriving and departing traffic on the parallel runways, especially when the wind is like this.
Skywest 4102, contact departure. Departure, go work, Skywest 4102.
So if the wind continues to be down the pipe here for runway 30 left, we could see some more departures. Hopefully they go to the north flow and shut the mixed flow off. That would be really cool to get some more departures. Because I know that the winds were favorable for a mixed setup this morning.
Pushback, then rejoin Quebec.
We'll see how things change throughout the day. Regardless, we'll have plenty of action for you.
Skywest 3501, turn right heading 360, connect departure Quebec. Sun Country 605, fly heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Supreme Squad 5. Hey, thanks so much for tuning in today. Love the channel. We're glad you like it. With you at the viewing area. Oh, boy. Been spotted again. Hope you're having a great time out here today. It's really nice weather. I do like the breeze. It's not too hot. It's not too chilly either, of course, except if you're not from here. It probably might be on the colder side. I know our friends from LA Flights would find this to be quite rather cold weather, but it's not that bad.
Delta 2008, runway 30, taxi via Papa.
Tony, the aviation guy, good to see you today. Tony, this is hello from Australia. Love plane spotting. Well, you're in the right spot for some up-close views with plane spotting. Saturdays are a little bit more on the tamer end, or on the chill side, as I like to refer to here at MSP Airport. Our midweek shows are just bustling to the brim with heavy arrivals and departures with the 330. So if you're a big fan of the 330 or really any Airbus, so we're a big Airbus airport. We see a lot of Boeing as well. So Minneapolis St. Paul is the second busiest Delta hub in their network.
Delta 2550, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 170.
And it's a pretty strategically important connection point for Delta.
Push approved 17, leave caution for the dash 8.
And this airport used to be the home base for Northwest Airlines at the time, one of the world's largest airlines. Delta merged with Northwest in 2008 at the time, creating the world's largest airline.
Delta 2593, Monitor Tower, 126.7.
Captain Mickey Mouse, good to see you today, my friend. Says, looks like Allegiant already started the Boston service. Hey, that's nice. There we go. We'll pull that comment up here. We have a quick second. And Jessica is saying, hey, everyone, it's my birthday. All right, we got a birthday celebration today. Happy birthday, Jessica.
Bravo, Delta Puff, on course 3817. Delta 2593, Minneapolis Tower, Alpha 5, cross runway 30 left, run whiskey. I will have more for you. At Alpha 5, cross 30 left, showing whiskey, Delta 2593. Sun Country 3073, turn up that mic and stay with me.
Up at Mike, there.
Endeavor 4751, pass behind a dash 8 from the left on Delta.
On whiskey, cross runway 4. On whiskey, cross runway 4, Delta 2592. Sun Country 3073 with me, taxi via Mike, Sierra, November, at November, hold short of 17.
Mike, Sierra, November, at November, hold short of 17 country, Sun Country.
Delta 2025, Minneapolis Tower. Wind is 280 at 10 and increase to left to the left. Delta 2025.
Pressure cruise, runway 17.
Dallas 3771, turn left at top 8 or golf behind the dash 8. I'm going top of contact ground on point 9.
Apologies for the radio silence. Let's step off the mic and say hi to one of our spotting friends, Supreme Squad 5. Good to meet you, by the way. Always love connecting with our fans in real life out here, just doing some spotting, enjoying a Saturday. And I hope you're doing the same with us if you're just tuning in. Welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport, everybody. Alex Redding with you today for MSP Airport Live. Also, hope you're having a great Memorial Day weekend.
Via Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, runway 30 left.
Plus 782 map tower, hello, how you doing? Wind 260 at 10 and a 30 left and left.
Got a Delta 737 at 900 ER. Making its way to runway 17.
And for 4751, Monitor Tower, 126.7. Delta 2550, Monitor Tower, 126.7.
Delta 2008, contact departure.
Departing on the north side, Delta 2008 to Portland, Oregon with the A321neo. Love these aircraft. Love, love, love the A321neo. My flight from here to Los Angeles back on May 5th. One of the best flights I ever took. Of course, it helps if you have the whole row to yourself. There are actually, I think, close to 90 open seats on that aircraft. I got my window seat, of course. But regardless, I was so impressed with how quiet and how comfortable the 321neo product was. Really enjoyed it. That aircraft is super quiet. Super, super quiet.
Number 4751 Minnesota, direct to fire 2 at Mike Cross on the 30 left run whiskey.
At Mike Cross 30 left right with Minneapolis.
Encore 3817, contact departure. Delta 2593, contact departure. Delta 2927, Minneapolis Tower, wind 260 at 12 on a 30 left and left. 30 left,
This is Delta Flight 2825 coming in from Atlanta, Hartsfield Jackson with the A321.
Parking via. Let's go on runway 4 Bravo here, dude.
Runway 4 and Bravo, gate Delta 14, Delta 2025.
All right, let's go and catch our next arrival here on runway 30 left. It's Alaska 782 coming in from Portland.
2114, runway 17, taxi via Alpha, Alpha 3, hold short, runway 30 left. Delta 1036, Monitor Tower, 126.7.
1267, Delta 1036.
Delta 160 heading me up to ground. You're waiting for a company Airbus to pass your tail left to right. Then your push is approved, runway 30 left.
Push is approved after company hail, but Airbus coming from left to right for Joe, so 1. Alaska 782, welcome back. Turn right, runway 4, contact ground on point 9, and we'll see you.
Right on 4, ground point 9, good day, Alaska 782.
Delta 2550, Minneapolis, start slowly, cross runway 3, so left, right, whiskey, cross runway 4. Cross 30 left at Whiskey, or Charlie, join Whiskey, cross runway 4, Delta 2550. Minneapolis.
All right, Alaska in town with a 737 MAX 9.
Delta 1036 on Whiskey.
So they're going to be headed into the alley at Concourse E, where their arrival gate will be. Expectedly.
Text departing via runway 4, Papa.
Runway 4, Papa, to park, Alaska 782.
All right, looks like we're getting more taxi action coming this way. At X Northwest 8319.
Wind at 26011.
So this flight's headed off to Columbus, Ohio.
Papa behind Alaska, Papa Delta 1490.
All right, our next arrival on runway 30 left. We're looking at Delta 2927. It's inbound from Denver, Colorado this afternoon.
Delta 920, good afternoon, wind 260.
So we got a former red tail, everybody. All the Delta A319s are X Northwest red tails. Captain Mickey Mouse. Hey, thanks for the cool fun fact. Columbus is actually a huge Breeze Airways hub. That I did not know. It's actually pretty interesting. Hey, thanks for sharing that. It's another airline that I wish that we got regularly at MSP would be Breeze. I think they would do. I think they would do well in the market. All right, here's that Delta arrival coming in from Denver. Looks like they got the A321-200 on this flight into Minneapolis, St. Paul this afternoon.
Cross script available. Delta 527, right runway 4, contact ground point 9, every day. Runway 4, ground point 9, Delta 2927.
We got a 2-for-1 on the A321s here. We got A321 combo. All right, then we will switch focus to the taxiing A321. So this A321-200 is taxiing en route to runway 17, departing Minneapolis, St. Paul today for Atlanta.
27 me up to ground, text departing via runway 4, Papa.
Runway 4, Papa, Delta 2927.
And I'll also tell you what, they have some hustle.
So 3041, runway 17, taxi via Lima. Delta 1476, me up to ground, push approved, runway 30 right.
Push approved, runway 30 right, Delta 1476. Delta 1036, wind 250 at 12, runway 17, loud away. Runway runway 17, Delta 1036.
Had to check on something there for just a second. Apologies for that. Had to take a look at one of our pieces of audio gear, which explains the momentary silence. We should be back ready to roll.
Delta 1498, Minneapolis Tower, wind 26012, turn right heading 320, runway 30, right clear for takeoff.
This is Delta Flight 2114. It's headed to Los Angeles, California today.
30 left to get Alpha, Delta 160 heading.
Also, Delta 160 Heavy with the mighty A350 is about ready to taxi boogie on down to 30 left for departure to Amsterdam today.
Sun Country 3041, Minneapolis Tower, wind 26012, number 17, line up point.
So our friends, LA flights are live today in Los Angeles, so Delta 21 to 14. We'll be headed out to LA in the direction towards our friend Josh, who's broadcasting at the arrival end of this flight that is about to leave the Twin Cities here in just several minutes. So there you go, Josh. We're sending you a flight.
Country 3041, flight heading 180, runway 17.
All right, Delta 160 Heavy is now on the move.
1036, contact departure.
And Delta 160 Insight, there it is. And all of our A350s get the notable tag.
5920, Amy up to ground, check parking via Delta Papa.
Delta 2114, wind 26011, 17, long wait.
So this will be our first departure of the day. So if you're enjoying the live action today, make sure to hit the thumbs up button if you are enjoying the sights and sounds of aviation from Minneapolis, St. Paul. Also, a big thanks to everybody who's hit that like button today. Appreciate all the wonderful support. Also, thanks for just tuning in and being with us here on this Saturday afternoon. We are also approaching our first 200 likes of the broadcast. Big thank you again to everybody who's hit that like button today. And has been enjoying all the Saturday afternoon action. So,
Heavy Minneapolis Tower. Will you be ready upon reaching? Traffic at a 2-mile final. Delta 117 Heavy Minneapolis Tower, wind 26011, traffic at a 2-mile final. That's the hold in position, depart prior to arrival. Heavy Airbus 350, approximately turbulent, runway 30 left and left. 30 left, Delta 1. Delta 160 Heavy Minneapolis Tower.
All right, everybody, Delta 117 Heavy, now arriving from Copenhagen, Denmark.
Got a gap. Will you be ready upon reaching? We'll be ready upon reaching for Delta 1. Okay.
Pete, yeah, there are some people that are just a little bit curious. Yeah, I don't hold it against the person.
Guy on a 6-mile final, I'll call you back. Delta 117 Heavy traffic will now hold on position.
All right, so it looks like they are second to land here. We'll get to our next arrival. So this is a Delta flight with the A220 coming in from Houston today.
Delta 2114, turn right heading 230, contact departure.
There you go. Spatial
Delta 2666, welcome back. Turn right, test Charlie, contact ground for Niner.
All right, look at that. Love seeing the Airbus A220s. So this is our most recent arrival from Houston, Delta Mainline with the A220-100.
2656 minutes ground, text departing via Charlie 5.
All right, and our next arrival, everybody, Delta 117 Heavy from Copenhagen, Denmark. This is the SkyTeam connection with alliance partner SAS. Coming into Minneapolis. You know, I do wish that we did get SAS here at MSP. I think that there would be quite a few folks that would actually take SAS. A close friend of mine actually preferred to fly SAS on a recent trip that he took to Copenhagen.
And there'll be a heavy Airbus 350 holding its position. Caution with turbulence, both of those. Runway 30 left, good land. Maybe it's in the cards for you soon. Delta 160 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, wind 250 at 10, tap 6 mile, final order 30 left, lost wind.
Delta 1476, your real quick time to Detroit is 1010 after the hour. Maybe a small delay at the end for a heavy off the parallel monitor tower, 123.95.
After the hour, Roger, 123.95. As we go. Roger, Monster, point 9, we're going to Golf 6. Delta 117. Delta 117 Heavy, join Mike. Alpha, cross runway 4, then monitor ground 49er. Mike. Mike Alpha, cross 4, then ground, Delta 1. You have a good day. Delta 160 Heavy, fly run the heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Push approved, runway 17.
All right, everybody. Delta 160 Heavy. Clear for takeoff. Runway 30 left, headed to Amsterdam.
Delta 160 Heavy, turn heading 340, connect departure.
340, switch in Delta 160 Heavy.
And there goes Delta 160 out to Amsterdam. Gotta love the takeoffs with the A350-900.
Delta 1467, Christian Delta 1476, the up tower, turn right heading 360.
Let's take another look at that again, shall we, everybody?
Just part of the parallel on a 40 heading, heavy Airbus 330, you'll be inside of them.
Yeah, it's time for another replay. It's been a little while since we did a replay today.
Unless, if not, 17 for a noise payment.
The A350s. Always putting on a spectacular show here from Minneapolis, St. Paul. tell you what, that's certainly going in our highlights package for later today. So look at that. We had the back-to-back heavies. 117 heavy arriving from Copenhagen, and then Delta 160 launching into the air for AMS. Pete, thanks so much for sending some swag our direction here. We have a laughing disco. All right. So there we go. Another super chat sending the laughing disco emojis. There you go. The A350, I'll tell you what, knows how to boogie.
Coast 188, Foxtrot, runway 17, taxi via Quebec, Mike, cross, runway 4, hold short, runway 3, your left.
Yeah, the 350, gotta love it. So the A330 doesn't really have a whole lot of nicknames. The A350 does have the nickname of Trash Panda. Well, if there's a nickname for the A350 that got airborne today to AMS, probably be the Boogie Bus. Armando is saying hi from Caracas, Venezuela. Hey, thanks so much for tuning in to our show today here from Minneapolis, St. Paul. I think it's the first time that we had a live viewer tuning in from anywhere in Venezuela. Hope you're having a great weekend so far. Boy, I'll tell you what, Caracas, Venezuela. The Concorde's actually way back in the day, used to fly to Caracas. I think out of Paris Charles de Gaulle. I think Air France flew the Concorde. Or maybe British, I don't know. All I know is that back in the day, Caracas was such a big aviation hub that, yes, even the Concorde flew to Caracas. Well, that's so cool. Hey, it's so great to have you on board here.
Foxtrot, monitor tower 126.7, Quebec.
Trevin Pham says when they say heavies, what warrants a heavy call sign. So, according to Trevin Pham, my guess would be an A330 or bigger, and a 767 or bigger. That would be correct. So, I think the official designation of when an aircraft has a heavy applied to the call sign is, I think, anything that's over 300,000 pounds or greater. I think that would warrant the heavy call sign. So Angel Chris says Trash Panda. Why is that? So the A350 got that nickname pretty early on because of the black paint around the cockpit windshield array, giving it this mask look like a raccoon. So that's why the aircraft got the nickname the Trash Panda. Pete, there you go. That's the way to do it. To tune in to MSP Airport Live and then also spot with us in real life. Don't just tune in. Spot with us. We very much enjoy that. And Armando says, yes, it was a marvelous aircraft. Makes me think of the Boom Supersonic projects.
About 4,000, Minneapolis Tower, wind 2707, and whiskey 0 left, go ahead.
All right, here is SkyWest Flight 188 Foxtrot. It's headed to Omaha Epley. So that would be Omaha, Nebraska. There we go. Wanted to get some up-close taxi looks of that E175 for you. I love the E175. Love those airplanes. I only had one flight on the Embraer E175LR. This is from Traverse City back here to Minneapolis.
Yeah, it's 188 Foxtrot, fly heading 180 and 17 cleared.
I fell asleep on the flight. It was a pretty short hop from Traverse City, which is in northern Michigan.
Yes, 188 Foxtrot, heading 180.
It's a pretty smooth and also pretty uneventful flight, thankfully.
Delta 2357,
Had a great crew on board as well that made the experience that much better. But I also got some good sleep. I was also quite tired because that particular flight was the result of a rebooking that I had to make in the middle of the night because I was about to go to bed. It was almost midnight. And unfortunately, there is no rest for the weary. So I got a notification from Delta that my flight that was to leave originally earlier in the morning on that day out of Traverse City was canceled because the aircraft that was assigned to fly that flight out in the morning was actually doing a turnout to Traverse City, but the aircraft was going to stay the night at TVC, flying out of Detroit, but the aircraft got to the runway, the center runway at Detroit Metro, and then headed right back for the gate. Could be a variety of things that could have happened. The same aircraft did arrive the next morning, and I think about around 9:30 or 9 a.m. local time. So the aircraft ended up getting to Traverse City, although it happened to be the next day or the next morning. The morning I was supposed to depart. So I had to change my flight up. It was actually a lot better in the long run because I got to get home quicker. So I was originally planning to fly through Detroit and connect onto the A350 back to MSP, back when Delta was still running a domestic morning flight with the A350. So it's one of those domestic wide-body hub-hopping flights I was hoping to take. Now, that would have been my first time on the A350. So I was kind of disappointed when I had to rearrange the trip. But, of course, it all worked out really well in the end because I got to try out the Embraer E175. And I'll tell you what, I loved my flight on the Embraer. And, of course, Delta customer service being amazing, even in the wee hours of the night. Made sure that even though despite the fact that my connecting flight got canceled, I still made it back here the very next day, which was really amazing.
Straight ahead to the gate, monitor ground on point enter.
So it's that kind of attention to detail and customer service that a lot of people love flying Delta. Especially out of the Twin Cities. There's a pretty big brand loyalty to Delta. And believe it or not, Delta was actually the airline that my assistant producer Logan and I took round trip to and from Los Angeles. So when in Minneapolis, always look for Delta flights because depending on the destination that you're trying to reach, airfare is actually not too unreasonable. And Delta's had to remain pretty competitive in this market, especially with Sun Country. Now, Allegiant lurking around. Of course, you have the other legacy U.S. carriers, American and United.
2600, we're ready. Taxi with Zulu.
The other thing that I'm surprised is that Delta has been really competitive on the LA to Minneapolis.
And we can cut through the de-ice pad going to
Routing.
7 Southwest 2600. And cross runway 4.
So thankfully, the tickets from here to Los Angeles are remaining relatively reasonable. Sun Country has also matched Delta, or been just a little bit cheaper than Delta. And that being for the Los Angeles service. So you got quite a few options out of the Twin Cities, which is nice, and that's one of the big reasons why we like Sun Country a lot, too, is because they keep Delta from going too high with the pricing. They have a really good low-cost carrier product. I've flown Sun Country many times. Even when things didn't go right, Sun Country was still there to take care of you. And even though that they're not an independent company anymore, and that they're going to be a part of Allegiant, we are hopeful that Allegiant will continue to bring the best qualities that Sun Country exhibited as a carrier when they were independently operating. But I think also the big thing is that service. Allegiant's not too bad, from what I've heard. In fact, they were actually one of the more top-rated budget airlines. And I think, given the two companies and their route networks and how well they could complement each other, because there was very little overlap in Allegiant and Sun Country's route map or route network. That was a big reason why it passed the federal regulators for the merger to be approved. Then you look at the things that Sun Country are doing, and especially with the Amazon Prime charter contracts for hauling freight, which has been an amazing side hustle for Sun Country. In fact, that was one of the big reasons why the merger went through in the first place. Like, that was super attractive for Allegiant or any other merger partner with Sun Country. So Sun Country were doing a lot of things right. Doing a lot of things right. And they will be dearly missed. But there is still time to book on Sun Country, so if you do want to check out Minnesota's hometown airline, you do have some time left. You do have some time left. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how long the process will take when the two airlines are trying to finalize combining their operator certificates. And when the process completes for combining those operator certificates, the two airlines will become one. But for now, until that happens, Sun Country will still be around, although they will be a subsidiary of Allegiant. So what was also reported with this merger is that Allegiant is actually planning to have Minneapolis-St. Paul be their 737 base. And it makes a lot of sense because that's the backbone of Sun Country, the 737 next-gen fleet. And with Allegiant taking delivery of 737 MAX 8s, it's actually going to kind of be fun to see the Allegiant MAX 8s in here. It's an aircraft that I've not seen yet. And Allegiant does have a really, really nice livery.
Way 714, runway 17, taxi via Quebec Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left. On Quebec, cross runway 04, then on Mike, hold short, 30 left.
So runway 4, that's the crosswind runway. All right. Moonshine, Sunshine, 92. Thanks so much for the $5 super chat and for enjoying the stream today. It says, sitting in my car at the viewing area watching planes while listening to the live stream. Hey, thanks so much for tuning in. Also, happy Saturday. Hope you're having a good start to your Memorial Day weekend. So yeah, thanks so much for supporting the channel with the $5 super chat. And of course, for just coming out here and just enjoying the Saturday action. Keep in mind, we'll have Air France coming up later on during the show with the Dreamliner. So they are running on time today. They were late yesterday from what I noticed. So Air France does not have a whole lot of assignments with the Dreamliner left until the page will turn to June. And on June 1st, Air France will regularly schedule and send over the 777-200ER. We already got a good taste of 777 ops last week. There were several consecutive days up until yesterday that Air France had swapped the Dreamliner assignments out with the 777-200. So we are excited to see the 777s back on the regular rotation. Of course, it kind of felt like that last week. All right, we got a C-130 here arriving on the north side. On runway 30 right. Captain Mickey Mouse. Interesting. Okay, I didn't know that Allegiant has trading cards. I assume that you picked up some trading cards from Allegiant, possibly. Yeah.
Heading 180 to 172 for takeoff.
All right. We'll see if we get some C-130 departures later if they come back in for a quick resupply, or maybe that'll be the end of their mission for today. Love it when we got the C-130s running around. They should come into frame from right to left. So we're looking towards the north parallel. Runway 30 right. Fort Snelling Air Base is on the north side. The C-130s typically prefer the north parallel. Because of this, it's just closer to the base.
Left turn at Charlie. Stay with me. Back to Charlie. And,
there it is. Got that big brown brick building in the way. So our friend Steve Lundaby likes to say the big brown brick. Also, big shout out to our friend Steve Lundaby today. Are you still watching, Steve? I think Steve went into the Lurkers Lounge. All right, there's our C-130. Angel Chris, I kind of get you with how many mergers are happening. Yeah, it's a little bit frustrating. It can feel like at times less choice, less options, and less competitiveness in the market. It's always a bad thing. Sometimes it's a good thing, though, especially with the nature of low-cost carriers. And we all know what happened to Spirit. And the low-cost carrier model is struggling to survive in this current aviation climate. And so the low-cost carriers sort of realize that for some of them, the writing might be on the wall. And this is their attempt to save the business. So not all mergers are bad. In fact, there are some that are really good. And here at MSP Live, we're rooting for the Allegiant and Sun Country merger to be a benefit to this aviation market and to job growth as well. If they decide to hire anybody or retain the current workforce, which at the bare minimum is what we call. Now, the customer-facing side, you're not going to notice a whole lot. So it looks like the C-130 here is not with the Minnesota Air National Guard or the Flying Vikings. It's the Air Force's airlift wing. So it looks like they're actually going to be headed over to Signature. Look at that. Delta 165 Heavy. Now checking in on frequency for MSP Tower. Cleared to land for the south parallel. It's with the A330-900 Neo.
Wing 10 Minneapolis.
Now, it says ANG on the tail. I don't know who...
Wing 10 radar contact.
Don't know who this
about,
is.
3 miles to the north of Minneapolis Airport. Yep, so there's 299 out of 5. I'll take it to get 1,900. You clear to pass out airspace as requested. For the clear to pass Bravo as requested. Traffic 10 o'clock and 7 miles northwestbound. VFR target out indicates 1,900.
MN Sports Fan 88 says low outs in chat. Good to see you today. MN Sports Fan 88, happy Saturday. Great to see you on board with us. Big hello to everybody that's just tuning in here to Minneapolis St. Paul. Here on this Saturday for live plane spotting. I think I spy an American tail.
Ocean 84, traffic 3 mile final without delay at Alpha 5, cross runway 30 left into signature. You can see the trigger through the whole way. Lane 10, that traffic now 10 o'clock, 3 miles northwestbound, altitude indicates 1,900.
AJ Ryder says normally the C-130s with those markings are used for bushfire fighting. There are wildfires that are in northern Minnesota, and it's probably where that aircraft is going to be headed, hopefully, to provide much relief to the folks that are impacted with some of the many fires that have broken out in northern Minnesota.
Northwestbound, 1,800 indicated.
So American is in town with the A319, and now we're going to shift focus as Delta 165 Heavy next up to arrive. The A330-900 Neo from Amsterdam.
Good, so VD1 straight ahead, and you can contact ground point 907. The 2007 Minneapolis car, 12501, 1 by 30 right to the line. Wait to that traffic now, 9 to 10 o'clock, mile and a half northwest, still 1,700. Wait 10 copy.
Don't cross through what I do.
So now 46 Minneapolis tower, cross make turbulence, Davis Bravo, heavy Airbus 330, 12501, 1 by 30 left, clear to land. Total 165 heavy, any right turn. You can join Alpha cross runway 4, contact ground point 9.
Any right turn, Alpha cross runway 4 over to ground point 9, Delta 165 heavy.
You're 4 miles in trail of an Airbus, still a 6, turn out of a take, 12510 to 30 right to land. 2249, runway 17, taxi via Bravo, Charlie, hold short, runway 30 left.
Runway 17, Bravo, Charlie, hold short, 2247. For the 165, it's cross runway 4 going to Golf 9.
165 heavy, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha.
Oh, thanks, we'll see you.
All right, so one of our live spotting friends, by the way, just let us know that the California Air National Guard is where that C-130 belonged to. So it's a firefighting C-130. So that more than likely is going to be headed upstate. So it's our spotting friend Pete who's here with us. Thanks, Pete, by the way, for the heads up. All right, we got the big A330 emojis popped out for the arrival of 165 Heavy. Maddie Trevin fam, Gordon. Hey, Gordon. Good to see you today. Happy Saturday, by the way. Edmund Sports Fan 88 says, "Where's our summer, everyone?" Well, sun is a little bit more shy today than I guess it had been maybe in our previous installment of live plane spotting on the channel, but that's all right. It's actually kind of a nice relief because, boy, it's going to be... Trevin fam says, "They're these cool stickers and membership perk. Love them." Of course. It's one of the perks of being a member. We have main cabin memberships. Those actually get you access to see content the second I upload it to YouTube Studio before the publish date. So with a lot of our YouTube shorts, I'll do an editing session maybe on one night of the week. Now, of course, it's going to be irregular, but typically tend to upload all of the reels for the week. So if you're a member, you'll get to see them. Because I try and just stick to once a day, because I don't want to post too much. There is such a thing as posting too much content. So our main cabin members and higher, they get access to any special video posts or side projects the second they are uploaded and processed to YouTube.
2946, Minneapolis ground, straight ahead, runway 4 and Bravo, pass behind the company 75.
4th and Bravo, behind 75, Delta 2946.
Because typically I'll have a published date for some of the side content that we produce on the channel. Of course, the live stuff is instant. But it all depends. That's another perk of the memberships. So you get to see content right away. Don't have to wait for the published date. And of course, the memberships are just primarily general support for the channel to keep the lights on and everything else. All right, we got an Atari Ferrari in sight here. 757-200. So there's a couple different variants of the 757. We're looking at the base variant, the Dash 200 version of the 757. This one came out in the early 80s. Nicknamed the Atari Ferrari, these overpowered narrow-body jets have the best power-to-weight ratio in the industry. And they are just some of the best aircraft. I've not flown at a 757-200 yet. Our assistant producer, Logan Justice, actually took one of these back when we returned from Los Angeles. Now, I did finally get the opportunity to take the 757-300. I love that flight. The Pratt & Whitney PW2000 engines. And this aircraft is, by the way, sporting the same type of engine, the Pratt & Whitney PW2000. When you're at cruising, these engines purr. And these engines put me to sleep. Fully caffeinated Alex went to sleep because of these engines.
The
PW2000, these are probably my favorite engines in all of commercial aviation, period. The buzzsaw sound on takeoff is mint. The spool-up sound that we're hearing off in the distance, that's also just music to my ears. It's one of the best sounding engines out there. Super powerful. The exhaust is a little smoky too. More reminiscent of the classic turbojet engines. So this would be considered a turbofan engine because of the higher bypass ratio of air going around the primary engine itself inside of the combustion chamber.
No, it's like this.
And of course the 757. Come on. How can you not like this aircraft? In addition to a top performer, 757 brings it to the competition in the looks department. Sleek looking. It's my favorite narrow body aircraft ever.
DVD 638, contact ground point 9, good day.
Listen to those engines.
Swiss Street 5658, Minneapolis ground, taxi Charlie, Charlie 6, Delta.
Airbus A319.
We got somebody that's close to our microphone. The viewing area got so crowded within the last maybe 30 minutes. I mean, we are pretty close to a capacity house here. It's incredible how many people come out here on a Saturday to do live spotting with us. And just spotting in general. So you have a few people that actually came out here to say hi to us, do some plane spotting at the same time. Love it. Got a question in the audience as to how old this 757-200 is. It's 35 years old, delivered new in June of 1990 to Delta Airlines. It's been with Delta for 35 incredible years. And it's going to have a birthday coming up soon. Going to turn 36 years old next month. Wow, 36 years old. That is quite old in the world of commercial passenger jets. And Delta takes such extraordinarily good care of their aircraft. It's no wonder why that aircraft is still serving the fleet proud. 35.9 years later. So that 757 is in charge of Delta Flight 2249 headed to Las Vegas today.
Wait till you what we have.
03223, Minneapolis ground.
Stand by.
Airbus
17.
A319 is going to
2249, wind 280 at 11, fly heading 180, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
Heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff, Delta 22, flying down.
which retire from our fleet in like this sample up to 2024. The A321 will retire. The A340 is the only one that is the only Airbus we have. I am.
So 2208, turn right, contact ground point 9, good day.
Ground point 9.
Ground Delta 2208, Charlie going to Fox 11.
2208, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Charlie, Charlie 5.
Charlie, Charlie 5, Delta 2208. Minneapolis ground United 2272, break time.
2272, wheels up is 52, void at 55, runway 17, taxi via Quebec, Mike. Cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left. Departure, good day.
Right 230, Delta 2239.
Cleared cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left, 92272.
75 Minneapolis ground, push approved.
Push approved, 75.
I like going girls.
Anyway, couldn't figure out what the heck we were doing there.
Ground Frontier Flight 3223, Zulu, ready for taxi.
Frontier Flight 3223, runway 17, taxi via Delta Tango Kilo, cross runway 4.
17 via Delta Tango Kilo, cross runway 4, Frontier Flight 3223.
Yeah, 2272, monitor tower 126.7 today. Monitor tower 2679 is 2272.
Yeah, we'll wait.
75, proceed Delta Kilo 3, hold short, runway 17.
Yeah, at 2272 Minneapolis Tower, nobody's on final. At Mike, cross runway 30 left, turn right on whiskey. Okay, on Mike, cleared to cross 30 left, right turn whiskey.
All right, everybody, I'm back. Just talking to some fellow spotters out here. Stop by to say hello. All right, looks like Steve the Eagle is about ready to get back out of here, so Steve is going to boogie down to 17, where they will depart for Dallas today.
The ice pad and monitor tower 2367, Frontier Flight 3223.
75, monitor tower 123.67. 75, monitor tower 123.67. Dallas 4079, Minneapolis ground, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
That was 4330 tower, check out. That was 4330 Minneapolis.
It's a pretty fitting aircraft to send to Minneapolis, St. Paul here this Memorial Day weekend. And from all of us at MSP Airport Live, we salute all the brave men and women who gave all to protect and preserve our nation and for the freedoms that we very much are partaking in right now, of enjoying plane spotting and enjoy today. And just want to honor and pay tribute to their sacrifice and all that they've done for this nation. And also remember as well.
Pleasure.
75, you're still here, cross runway 17 for CV Lima. Five, switch tower 12367.
So, Captain Mickey Mouse. Good news for you, we will have UPS today. In the form of a 767-300.
2462 Minneapolis Tower, winds 280 at 9, number 30 left, go in.
So, unlike Mondays, you get UPS with a heavy arrival in the late afternoon and evening on Saturdays. We don't get FedEx, we do get UPS. Once in a blue moon, the 767 is swapped for a 74. Unfortunately, it's not one of those weekends in particular, but it has happened. Also coming up later today, we're going to have Air France with the 787 coming in from Paris. They're on time today. They were late yesterday by a fair bit. They're on time today. They're actually making some pretty good progress, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, to 2272 discretion, my 17 line up and wait.
And we'll also get Delta 170 coming in from Seoul, South Korea. They're actually quite close, about 35 minutes out with the A350 and our Air France Dreamliner. Air France 088 Heavy, under an hour away, 50 minutes out, everybody. And we also have Iceland Air today, too. They are just behind our flight from Paris. And coming in on the north side, we got Aer Lingus from Dublin with A321XLR. This is a daily flight. Aer Lingus typically prefers the north side for arrival. Aer Lingus will also use the north parallel for departure as well, just because it's closer to its gate over at Econ Course. Now, there was one instance that we actually caught on our stream live. Aer Lingus arrived on runway 12 right instead of runway 12 left. Now, Aer Lingus, their gate at Econ Course is Echo 3, which is in the alleyways. They used to be on the end of the concourse where we're looking right now with American Airlines. And American Airlines has a lot of the gates at the end of Concourse E as we see Aer Lingus now coming back into view shortly after ducking behind our utility building. There it is. Aer Lingus is poking out. Hello, Shamrock. Shamrock is the call sign for Aer Lingus. The A321XLR is actually a really good experience. So our part-time co-host and friend John Joseph, a flight attendant of just about 40 years of experience, former Northwest and Delta, recently traveled back in March to Dublin aboard the Delta A330, and then was expecting to fly standby on the way back, but there were no open seats. And of course, because it was after St. Patrick's Day and everyone's looking to travel back after maybe taking some time off to go visit Ireland for St. Patrick's Day, to those that did travel out to Dublin or Cork or maybe some other parts of Ireland, John couldn't find a seat. And anyone who that can fly standby knows that it's kind of up to whatever's available, right? You're not guaranteed a seat necessarily. So John had to make a contingency plan, and as a result, flew Aer Lingus on the return leg back, which he was prepared to do. And he really enjoyed Aer Lingus. Really enjoyed Aer Lingus.
2462, right turn at Charlie or
that route, based on how well Delta has performed that segment with the much larger, significantly larger A330 equipment, as they're waiting for Aer Lingus to pop out on the left side of the frame. So Delta's performance has really given Aer Lingus a run for their money, and this route, it's on the brink of being in trouble.
Ground Delta 2462 is on runway 4 for gate Charlie 3.
Delta 2462, Minneapolis ground, taxi via runway 4 in Papa.
Runway 4 in Papa, Delta 2462. Delta 28, taxi 0.
Delta 1028, runway 17, taxi via Alpha, Alpha 5, hold short, runway 30 left.
So there goes Aer Lingus. Into the alley they go. So the alley is that space in between concourses E and concourses F. All right, our next arrival here on runway 30 left is Endeavor from, I think this is Cedar Rapids.
2415 Minneapolis Tower, winds 290 at 8, runway 30 left, Carolina. Number 4775, turn right, contact ground point 9, good day. Delta 1028, Minneapolis Tower, traffic to the 5 mile final at Alpha 5, cross runway 30 left, Randall Whiskey.
Off on Delta taxi Alpha
4775, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Delta Papa.
Papa and Delta 47.
Minneapolis information, November, altimeter 2996.
That was a nice, good gust of wind. So if you're just tuning in, welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. Great to have you on board today for live plane spotting at MSP Live. Alex with you, the executive producer, welcoming you in here on this Saturday.
Delta 1028, join Whiskey, cross runway 4. Whiskey, cross 4.
All right, we're almost getting halfway to 300 likes. Big thanks to everybody that has been enjoying the action here from Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport today. We also passed the 200 mark. Want to thank everybody for hitting that thumbs up button. Can we get to 300 likes, everybody? See if we can get to 300 likes. Yeah, I know some of you guys are commenting just about just how many people are here, some of the side conversations. And well, when it's this crowded, there's not... Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do to isolate it. We could try our best, and I try and mitigate that as much as I can with just isolating some of the background chatter. But, you know, when it gets this crowded, it can happen. So, moonshine, sunshine, I just want to thank you for the $5 super chat from earlier. Sitting in my car, the viewing area, watching planes, listening to the stream as well. Appreciate you tuning in. Thanks so much for spotting with us on MSP Live today.
Available 2415, return contact ground point 9, good day.
So I'm curious to know if we have anybody that does flight simming and that knows about the Flight Sim Expo that is going to be in town this year at
2415, clearing on 22.
I think at the River Center in St. Paul.
2415, Minneapolis ground, taxi via runway 4, Bravo, and Delta.
It's a big aviation event that's taking place this year with the Flight Sim Expo. I'm thinking about going down to the Flight Sim Expo. Now, I'm probably just going to attend in person, nothing with the channel necessarily, but
2327 Minneapolis Tower, winds 240 at 11, runway 30 left.
I would really like to check it out because I would imagine that they're going to have some flight sim accessories there to probably try out. Because I do flight simming occasionally. It's really casual. If I ever do. I think the last flight that I did in the simulator was from here to Detroit. And I had a 787-10 in the Delta Airlines skin, which is a fictitious livery. I enjoyed it, though. I think the 787 is fun to fly in the simulator. The A330 is probably my favorite to fly out of all the brief simulator flying that I've done. It's a super stable airplane. MN Sports Fan 88 says, very excited for the expo. And Anthony, thanks so much for confirming that, yes, the Flight Sim Expo is going to be at the River Center in downtown St. Paul, June 12th through the 14th. So that'll be very fun. And if you know anything about the River Center, it is attached to the home of the Minnesota Wild Grand Casino Arena. It's kind of all one big arena and convention center in downtown St. Paul. BC Tech 53, thanks so much for tuning in. Says there's a great A330 free add-on for Flight Sim. Yes, I know exactly the one that you're talking about, and that's the one that I used. I really liked the freeware add-on. Headwind Simulations also has a good A330neo add-on as well that's freeware. I think in one of the versions there was a bug where fuel would not work. So basically the aircraft was unplayable. Boy, that was annoying. But it was probably one of the better freeware add-ons that I've added into the game of Flight Sim. I really liked flying it around when it did work. Of course, I really want the... I think it's out, maybe. I think somebody's working on an L1011 study version. MN Sports Fan 88 says it's a fun event. Lots of vendors and other Flight Sim YouTubers will be in town for the event as well. All right, we'll have to do some live shows when that convention is active out here.
961 if you're up on tower, expect Alpha 7 to hold short with 30 left.
Okay, Alpha 7 to hold short 30 left, exit 961.
Tell the Alpha double left, 20.
Flaming Arrow Fox spotting with us today says there's a chipmunk staring at me. So that would be Gerald. I don't know who decided to start naming those little ground. They're actually 13-line ground squirrels. They look a lot like chipmunks. But I don't know who coined the term Gerald or started naming him Gerald, but I guess the name was catchy enough that it stuck.
2327, turn right, contact.
Gordon's ready with the Gerald emojis. Yep, we've had Gerald sightings today. Let's see. I think the next time that I catch Gerald, I think we're going to get the camera on Gerald. We have to have a Gerald cameo, I think, at least one of these days. Especially we don't have the snowy owls at any point during the warmer months of the year. Unlike the winter time.
Minneapolis ground, taxi at Delta, Quebec. Delta, Quebec, gate Delta 23.
Captain Mickey Mouse says, would love to see the expo streamed by you. I know, as fun of an idea as it would be, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We could do something where we do a stream for something like that maybe down the road. Maybe like a collectible show or something, which, by the way, our friends at the Northwest Airlines History Center will be doing that this October.
Delta 2963, Minneapolis ground, push approved, 30 right. No worries, just call me back once you're ready. 1028.
All right, we got another 757 about to come in.
2287, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17. Approved, runway 17, Delta, good day. And every 4913, Minneapolis Tower, winds 270 at 9, runway 30 left, to the land. Delta 2158, runway is available. Right turn to your discretion, contact ground point 9 get it. Trying to make a right turn on the runway. Delta 158.
All right, we got the flying pencil in the house, everybody. 757-300 is here. This airplane is a lot of fun to fly, by the way. And depending on how close you sit to the engine,
Making a right turn here, runway 4 per gate.
we'll put you to sleep.
Golf 22.
Those PW2000 engines, they really purr when they're at cruising altitude.
To the gate via Alpha Delta, 158. Yes, sir, have a great night.
Gordon, I will... You know what? I might have to do that. Might have to whistle for Gerald here. See if Gerald comes out. And, of course, our friend Gordon knows actually quite a little bit about wildlife, which is also great to have a resident wildlife aficionado in the channel. Latin Pilot 1380, thanks so much for tuning in today. Happy Saturday, by the way. Says there's going to be some streamers going to Plane Spot after the expo. Doesn't surprise me one bit. I would be disappointed if they didn't do some plane spotting after the expo. But anyway, our friend Latin Pilot 1380 says there's going to be some streamers going plane spotting after the expo. Maybe have them on a stream. Well, if any of them are watching our broadcast today or maybe down the road, they're more than welcome to come on and say hi. We might try and get some on. Don't know how successful we're going to be in that, but we can certainly make an effort for you guys.
Pickup 4425 off the runway on Delta. Pickup 4425, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Delta to the gate. Delta gate, pickup 4425. Envoy 4000, Minneapolis.
Now, what would also be really nice is, in addition to Flight Sim Expo, AvCon would come to Minneapolis. It's a really good market for that. All right, I'm going to try whistling for Gerald here. I don't think I see Gerald. And if some of you are wondering, what the heck is Alex doing? Well, I'm trying to whistle to get the attention of one of our 13-line ground squirrel friends, Gerald.
Yeah, it was 4102, Minneapolis Tower, wind 2607.
BK, thanks so much for the heads up. Saying Air France is over Duluth right now.
4913, down to Delta, right turn there, contact ground point 9.
So if you're enjoying our stream today, make sure to hit that thumbs up button. Easiest way to support the channel. We're over halfway to our first 300 likes of the show today.
63, Roger, pushes
And again, big thanks to everybody that's tuning in and enjoying the live Saturday spotting vibes out here from Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport. So great to have you on board today for a nice Saturday afternoon out here at the viewing area.
Ground number 4913, Delta.
Number 4913, Minneapolis ground, taxi at Bravo, Charlie,
Holy
and
smokes,
Papa.
we have quite the arrival bank
Bravo, Charlie, Papa. Number
that is going to be
4913.
making its way in here. So we
Delta
have
2287.
a lot of regional flights. Our next mainline arrival, Delta 2936 from Salt Lake. We got Delta 941 from Seattle behind them. Delta 2770 from Sarasota, Florida. Hey, I've been there. They're going to join the queue. Delta 2970 from Dallas. And then, of course, looking to our wide-body arrivals. Our next A350 is going to be inbound in about 18 minutes. Delta 170 from Seoul. Getting closer. The A350 today. Colton Matthews, so good to see you today, Colton. Happy Saturday, by the way, if I haven't said it already. Delta 2910 coming in from my current home of Indianapolis. T-minus 2 minutes.
2287, Minneapolis Tower, traffic.
Will be the Colton Special
30 left, turn right on Whiskey.
coming into land.
Aircraft 30 left on Alpha 5, join Whiskey, Delta. Gas 4007, Minneapolis Tower, wind 2408, on the 30 left, clear to land. 30 left, clear to land, transport Delta. Ever 5175, turn right, contact ground point 9.
Nebula UK, thanks so much for tuning in today. Wide Awake Brit here. Well, welcome to Minneapolis. Welcome to the States. So great to have our friends over there in the UK tuning in. Thank you for the entertainment and the company. You are welcome, of course.
175, Minneapolis ground, taxi at Bravo, Charlie, short of Quebec for a moment.
All right, Captain Mickey Mouse is... AvCon is at Orlando next year. The Hyatt Regency at MCO Airport. You know, that's a destination that plane spotters that do live streaming such as this channel are probably going to do once the Orlando Airport spotting area becomes available to plane spot from and is open for business.
Delta 2679, Minneapolis ground, taxi parking via Papa. Endeavor 5175, continue taxi via Charlie Papa, what's your gate?
Charlie Papa, energy, I'm 14 there.
Thank you. Delta 2679, ground.
Delta push out the Delta 4.
Delta 2679, Roger, taxi past your gate, make a 180 on Quebec and short of your gate.
After gate, the 180 on Quebec, short of our gate, Delta 2679. Ground runway 4000 right now,
Runway 4000, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 6, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left.
All right, looks like our UPS flight just began their descent from 34,000 feet. So that's right. Thanks, Chase Tuna, for the heads up. We'll have UPS inbound shortly.
If I can via Alpha, Delta, Papa.
we're on Charlie 16 Alpha.
102, Alpha, Delta, Papa to Charlie 16.
Okay, Alpha, Papa.
All right, let's chase this 737 headed to 17 for departure. 737
Alaska
900
770,
ER.
runway 30 taxi via Papa.
So they're going to Phoenix today.
Off your left.
Papa to 30 right, 92 right there on the west.
Trust 5483, maps ground, taxi departing via Charlie 6.
All right, we're going to go catch our next arrival, SkyWest 4007 from Louisville, Kentucky.
Envoy 4000, your wiggle time to O'Hare is 29 to 31 after the hour. There's a spot for them to hold you closer to the runway. Mars Tower 126.7.
On 3.67, 29.231, no place like that.
941 Minneapolis Tower, wind 260 at 6, runway 30 left, clear to land. (2287), fly heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Discuss 4007, turn right Delta or Charlie, contact ground point on air.
Discuss 4070, up ground, taxi departing via Delta Papa.
Delta Papa, 10.47.
Delta 2963, Minneapolis runway 30 right, taxi via Papa. 6 is behind an Embraer. They'll be passing off your left here in about 20 seconds.
All right, making its way across the south parallel runway. Envoy.
Delta 2910, Minneapolis ground, taxi departing via Papa.
Looks like they're going to have to wait here because we got Delta coming in from Salt Lake that they should be good to cross. Envoy 4000, that's the flight that we were just looking at, headed to Chicago O'Hare with the Embraer E175 alarm.
Roger. Super 8 proceeded to east base via Quebec Charlie Alpha, pass behind the CRJ, pass on your nose. Delta 2619, into the gate as able.
Delta 2936, turn right on runway 4, contact ground point on air.
Right, runway 4, ground point 9, Delta 2936. Delta 2936, clear 30 left on runway 4, back taxi.
Delta 2936, maps ground, where are you parking?
Fox 5, and I'll give off the call. Delta 2936.
Delta 2936, looks like your gate is occupied. Taxi via runway 4, short of Charlie 6.
Say that one more time, 2936.
Delta 2936, taxi straight ahead on runway 4, hold short of Charlie 6.
Straight ahead, runway 4, short of Charlie 6, Delta 2936.
All right, I think they're going into the alley. All right, next up here is Delta 941 coming in from the Pacific Northwest from Seattle, Tacoma. It's with the 737 today.
Delta 941, turn right at Delta, contact ground point honor. Envoy 4000, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 3 out. At Mike, cross runway 30 left, turn right on Whiskey.
Cross 30 left on Mike, and right Whiskey, Envoy 4000.
Delta 3113, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 3 mile final, wind 250 at 8, runway 30 left, clear to land.
All right, here's our envoy flight to Chicago O'Hare with the Embraer E175.
We'll be moving an aircraft, open it up before we get in.
Delta 2936, roger. Super Truck 8, make the left turn on Bravo, then a join Alpha at Alpha 7.
Bravo. Then Alpha after Alpha 7, delay. On Whiskey, hold short of Kilo 8. Hold short Kilo 8 on blade forward us.
Let's go catch Delta 2770 now coming in from Sarasota, Florida. Sarasota is actually not a bad airport to fly into. If you're looking at an alternative,
2970 Minneapolis Tower, wind.
If you're looking at an alternative airport in the Tampa area, Sarasota is a pretty good option that I would consider. They have this really cool fountain in the main part of the terminal, too. You should also check out if you happen to fly into SRQ.
Delta 2770, we have current exit departing via Alpha Delta Papa.
Alpha Delta Papa, Park, Delta.
There's our flight going to the gate after touching down from Sarasota. It's from another Delta Airbus. All right, and our next inbound arrival is Delta 3113 coming in from CVG at Cincinnati.
Delta 2483 Minneapolis Tower, wind 250 at 7, runway 30 left, clear to land. Delta 3113, turn right at Delta, contact ground point honor.
Delta,
Southwest 770 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 2 out at Charlie, cross runway 30 left, continue Charlie, Tango to Park.
Alright, Charlie, just clear to copy the left side, you can go to my top of
Turn take breaking the Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha Delta for left.
Southwest 770, monitor ground point honor.
Monitor ground point 9, please, Southwest 770.
Southwest Flight 770 coming in from Baltimore. So we're going to switch focus to our next arrival here on the South Parallel runway. This is our Delta flight that we mentioned that was coming in from Dallas a little bit earlier on during the show. Flight 2970.
572 Minneapolis Tower, winds 260 at 6, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Take a 22 Delta 497.
Approved, Delta 2970, right turn on runway 4, contact ground 49er.
Right on 4.9, we'll see Delta 497.
Because I pulled out of there, and I had the GPS.
Lit up 2970 on runway 4, going to Charlie 8.
Delta 2970, we have ground taxi to parking via runway 4, Bravo, Delta Papa.
Runway 4, Bravo, Delta Papa, Delta 2970.
All right, our next arrival, Delta 2483, coming in from Vancouver.
I apologize, I misread the time on the strip. We got about another minute or two.
Well, yeah, if you don't mind going over there, I'd just as soon get it done tonight, because I think that's a good idea.
2745 Minneapolis Tower, winds 270 at 7, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Ground Delta 2203 is on Papa, parking Charlie 12.
Delta 2203, Minneapolis ground taxi to parking via Papa, cross runway 4, traffic on Delta is no factor. Delta 2970, make the right on Quebec to your gate, traffic on the outers, no factor.
We'll take Quebec to the gate, Charlie 8, Delta 2970.
Down Mike, contact ground point enter, Delta 2483.
Envoy 4000, your discretion, fly heading 190, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
I didn't bring my radio. No, this was just on a whim.
All right, so here's our arrival from Vancouver. It's with the next Northwest A320.
Ground grid, good evening, Delta 2483, clear of 30 left, on Mike for Fox 1.
Delta 2483, Minneapolis ground taxi to parking via Alpha Delta, cross runway 4.
Taxi to parking via Alpha Delta, cross runway 4, Delta 2483, thanks.
AJ Ryder says, need to step away, Alex. Thanks for another wonderful stream. We'll catch you on Monday if possible. Thanks, AJ, for being with us. Well, you know, it is the weekend after all, right? You know, if you got stuff to do. Weekend's a good time to do any tasks that you need to. Maybe on the lawn care side if you own a home. Chores around the house. Saturdays growing up for me was usually a day where my parents got a lot of their stuff done around the house. And of course, make me and my younger brothers do stuff. So Saturday was always more of a chores day, if anything, in the Redding household growing up.
Look through 572, affirmative, turn left on runway 22, then Charlie 2 and Delta to the gate, monitor ground point honor. Runway 30 right.
I ran a couple teams.
Not quite enough steam for a Mike taxi Haven't got a whole lot of mic taxis today. So if you were just tuning in and thinking, what on earth is Alex talking about? Mic taxis, what? That's the taxiway that runs 300 feet away from the center line to the edge of the fence, closest to the viewing area, adjacent to the crosswind runway 422. Taxiway Mike is a highlight of our shows when we're out here at MSP Airport. Everything up to a 747-8 has used Taxiway Mike on the air when we've been out at MSP. So Taxiway Mike gives us a pretty good glimpse of aircraft up close, even the big jets.
Ground, Sun Country 572, can we get tangled?
There we go, Jerways. Getting excited for that Sunny arrival. Sunny is the nickname given to all the Sun Country aircraft. Pete, yes, I do agree. We do need a mic taxi. We did get one in the form of a Prime Air 737 earlier today. Hopefully our UPS arrival from Louisville will give us a mic taxi.
Oh, yeah, so yeah, the Bluetooth wasn't paired. Just needs to.
That's 2129, 2129 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 4 mile final, heavy airbus, caution, wake turbulence, wind 290 at 9er, runway 30 left, clear to land. 30 left, clear to land, Delta 2745, turn right at Alpha 8. Join Alpha, contact ground point 9er. Alpha 8, join Alpha and ground point 9er, Delta 2745.
Yeah. Got the Alpha 8 exit, the 757-300, going for the long ball.
On Delta 2745, we're up on Alpha.
2745, New York ground, taxi departing via Alpha Cross, runway 4, what's your gate?
Alpha Cross 4, going to Delta 3 today, Delta 2745.
2745 to Delta 3, taxi via Alpha Mike Papa, cross runway 4.
All right, everybody, now arriving from Seoul, South Korea. Next up to land on runway 30 left, Delta 170 Heavy with the A350.
Delta 2981 Minneapolis Tower, wind 270 at 8, runway 30 left, clear to land. Delta 170 head, turn right at Alpha 8, join Alpha, contact ground point 9er.
Alpha, point 9, Delta 170 Heavy, thank you.
Somebody's car alarm's going off. Whoops. Anyway, our flight from Seoul has officially arrived. Our Seoul plane.
Clearing Alpha 8, Alpha for Golf 8.
Delta 170 Heavy, your gate is occupied. Cut through the 1-2 right, the outside, join Bravo, short of Mike.
Okay, straight ahead, Bravo, short of Mike, Delta 170 Heavy, thanks.
Fishery 5658, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa. Join Papa behind a 75 from the left.
30 right,
All right, everybody, things starting to heat up a little bit here at MSP. We've got Air France 88 Heavy with the Dreamliner now on the downwind for 30 left. Let's also take a look at our okay, that's what I meant to switch to. It's our software is being a little bit funny today. So there we go. There's another look at Delta 170 touching down from Seoul. Pretty firm touchdown. Pretty firm landing from the Delta flagship.
L 2129, turn right, runway 4 is available, contact ground point honor.
Right turn on 4 and point 9, Delta 2129.
Chase Tuna 9 says, wonder where they are squeezing in UPS for the pattern. Yeah, that's right. We do have our 767 arrival that is going to be making its way in here pretty soon from Louisville.
And ground Delta 2129, runway 4 for Fox 10.
Delta 2129, Minneapolis ground, taxi departing via Alpha.
Taxi parking via Alpha Delta 2129.
All right, and our good friend Daniel Swanson, another one of our epic moderators tuning in. Hey, Daniel, happy Saturday. Great for you to be with us. So, 101 Moose fan has joined the party today. And Air France, coming in from Paris Charles de Gaulle with the 787, is now on final.
Delta 8964, Minneapolis ground, taxi departing via Delta Alpha.
Delta Alpha departing.
Delta 2981, turn right Charlie or runway 4, contact ground point honor.
Right turn Charlie and point 9, Delta 9.
Still on ground.
Down to 2981 off on Charlie, heads to Charlie 11.
Delta 2981, Minneapolis ground, taxi departing via Charlie Papa.
Charlie Papa, depart Delta 981.
6, runway 30 left, clear to land. Air France 088 Heavy, do you know the gate you're parking at today? Thank you.
All right, Air France 088 Heavy. Cleared to land on the south parallel runway, runway 30 left with the Dreamliner.
But it's going to be one of the, either the next one or two from now that they
So there's Delta 170 Heavy.
180 join Bravo.
It's our notable flight for today with Delta's flagship. All the A350s get the notable tag. Looks like they're, I think, waiting for a gate.
Dude, literally, my mom is like, I don't have any.
Coventry 3035, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 right.
Gordon, thanks so much for the update. Gordon Wold says UPS is over Hastings, Minnesota.
Push approved, runway 30 right.
It's just to the southeast of Minneapolis and St. Paul. So that means that they are pretty close. They're on the descent right now. We'll see what runway that our
4693, Minneapolis ground, taxi departing via Papa.
767 is going to be vectored into. Yeah, Captain Mickey Mouse. I kind of suspected the same thing, that Delta 170 was waiting for their gate, and that's exactly what they're doing. So hopefully they don't have to wait for too long before they can skedaddle over to Concourse G.
Swing 2805, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Minnie
029S, thanks so much for tuning in today. Glad you could join us here from Minneapolis, St. Paul. Happy Saturday, by the way, if I didn't say it. It says, didn't realize how massive the engines on the 900 were. Dang. Yep, these are the Trent XWB engines. They're huge. Absolutely massive specimens of propulsion. Alrighty, so now we're gonna swing to our right here and catch Air France 088 Heavy. This is also another notable flight here today. Air France sending the Dreamliner from Paris, Charles de Gaulle.
Air France 088, head turn right at Mike, turn right on Alpha, then contact ground 19.
Mike, Alpha, and 121.9 Airfront, 088, correct?
UPS 55, 68, Minneapolis Tower, wind 270 at 6, runway 301. Heavy Minneapolis ground, good afternoon. What's your gate?
Gate 4 Alpha for Airfront, 088.
France 088 Heavy, say again, I thought I heard a 12 Alpha.
Golf 4 Alpha.
Air France 088 Heavy, roger, taxi to parking via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Taxiing via Alpha, cross runway 4, front 088.
So there we go. We got a nice close-up of the Air France tail. The French are here. Sureways, yeah, there are some motorists who lack any self-control or better judgment. And it's been, unfortunately, a recurring problem from time to time, but there are groups of motorcycle riders. Some of them decide that they're going to take part of Cargo Road and turn it into a drag strip. And airport police, thankfully, is taking some measures to hopefully deter and mitigate this issue, but unfortunately it's not completely stopped the problem of illegal street racing.
Lima, November, hold short, runway 17.
Runway 30 right, Lima, November, short of 17.
Now, to be clear, that was not necessarily happening as I observed it, but they were more than likely speeding. And given how many people that visit the viewing area, especially on a Saturday, you have families, little ones running around. It's
2575, turn right on runway 4 or Mike.
Hopefully we don't have a unfortunate situation develop as a result of reckless behavior.
Delta 877, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
Ground Delta 2575, joining runway 4, parking at Fox 2.
Delta 2575, Minneapolis ground, taxi to parking via Alpha.
Alpha Park, Delta 2575.
Now, I love the bikes. I think the bikes are super cool. And there's a lot of moto riders that come through here that are just some of the chillest, coolest people that you'll meet. But there are some groups that unfortunately come out here and do not respect the spaces they're supposed to and create a pretty risky situation for people, including themselves.
2400, disregard the lasso clearance. Clear to land runway 30.
Supertug 8, Minneapolis ground, push approach.
All right, here is UPS coming in from Louisville with the 767.
Cross runway 17, continue via Sierra, Mike, hold short of Tango.
We'll wait.
Alaska 509, Minneapolis Tower, wind 2707, runway 30 left, clear to land. Runway 30 left, clear to land.
Touchdown 29, I need to move you. Continue taxi via Bravo, left on runway 4, hold short of Alpha.
Alright, continue Bravo, left on 4, short Alpha, Delta 2129. Mike, take over MSP. Sun Country 3035, amend your instructions straight ahead.
Oh, yeah, we're going to get a bike taxi.
Turn left
With
on
the UPS Heavy from Louisville.
Runway 30 left. Sun Country 3035, I'm taking it all now. Would you be able to accept runway 30 left for departure? Country 3035, roger, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Whiskey.
Well, there we go. We've got UPS with a 767 on the Mike taxi.
877 Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 right, lot of plane.
Poor Delta 170 has not been cleared into the gate yet.
Supertug 8, make the left turn on Bravo, join Alpha at the tunnel. Top spray 121, the upper ground, taxi to parking via Papa Delta, cross runway 4. Delta cross forward, Delta 2121. Delta 2936, taxi to parking via Charlie 6. 6 cross, Delta 2936.
L2400, turn right at Mike, contact ground 19er.
Right on Mike, ground 19er, Delta 2400.
Do a Gerald one. Yeah, do a Gerald one. In the winter, maybe a snow yacht.
Ground Delta 2400, we're off at Mike for Alpha.
Delta 2400, Minneapolis ground, taxi to parking via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Alpha.
Had to step back for just a second. Got more of our live spotting friends coming to say hello.
Sub 2400, hold short of Charlie for now.
Alright, hold short of Charlie for Delta 2400.
All right, we have a couple more arrivals that are on the downwind. United 732 from Denver, followed by Delta 2982 from Boise, Idaho. So you got a lot more metal that is making a beeline for Minneapolis. Our next 757 arrivals should be Delta 2362 of 757-200. The next Northwest Red Tail in command, coming in from Las Vegas. It's doing it in about 28 minutes.
Down Alaska 509, clearing on Delta for Echo 2.
Alaska 509, we have ground tech departing via Delta Quebec.
Delta Quebec departing, thank you, Alaska 509.
You know, the other thing that I realized.
Alaska for Delta 2400.
Where is our Paris flight, Delta 152 Heavy? So according to AirNav, estimated departure 5:46 p.m., I think. So they were showing on time, and they are not indicating an on-time departure any longer. I wonder if they ran into something. Could be a variety of factors. So I was going to say, where is our A330 departure to Paris? So they are at Fox 14. F14 is their gate. I think we are able to see them from here.
Ground, it's Super 4 Heavy, not Super 4.
Super 4 Heavy, roger.
I want to say that this is supposed to be Delta 152.
Mike Alpha cross runway 4, we're going to need that 321 to leave, move for us for Delta 170.
Yeah, it looks like that's Fox 14. So this is Delta 152. It has not...
Disregard on that, we've taken it right here, Mike, and Alpha, thanks.
It's not pushed back yet. I don't see any beacons on either.
Sun Country 3035, turn right, heading 360, runway 30 left. Cleared for takeoff.
Also coming up during the 6 o'clock hour, we'll have Delta 258 departing to Dublin with the A330. With the A330-200, by the way, which I think is going to be a stone's throw away. It's next door to Delta 152. And indeed it is
Delta
next door to Delta 152.
Push approved, these are left on 457.
Ooh. The A350's turning this direction. This is Delta 170. Look at this. I don't think we get to see this angle very often with the A350 from this particular location. Look at this.
Delta 152 Heavy, copy the no flying. Super 6 Minneapolis ground, push approved.
United 732,
Ground, ready to go.
Super Tug 4 Heavy, roger.
Primaire
taxi
sneaking
via-
out of here.
Correction, proceed via Alpha 3.
So they're headed to
short of
Baltimore
30
Washington
left at Alpha
International
3.
Airport. It's a 737 800 Boeing converted freighter.
0 left. Super 4 heavy.
Super 6 right now.
Super Tug 6 proceed to the south base via Quebec Charlie, hold short runway 30 left.
All right, finally Delta 170 Heavy has a gate that it can go to now.
Delta 170 Heavy. We cleared to the gate, or you want to hold short?
Delta 170 Heavy in as able.
Is able Delta 170 Heavy. Thanks.
Okay, and Delta 152 is finally pushing back for Paris. I was going to say it was about time. So they are lining up the pushback for a taxi to the south parallel runway.
6.7.
Super 4 Heavy Minneapolis Tower, traffic 4 out at Alpha 3, cross runway 30 left.
You might be able to hear the engine start on Delta 152 Heavy with the Pratt & Whitney PW 4000s from this distance.
Super 4 Heavy Minneapolis Tower. Super 4 Heavy, now hold short of runway 30 left.
Hold short 30 left. Super 4 heavy.
All right.
Super Tug 6, Monterey Tower, 126.7.
126.7, Super 6.
Angel Chris says, you know how the French are late. Well, that's not the French. This is us. In fact, the French were on time today. I'll give props to our French friends for being pretty punctual with the Dreamliner flight today. They got in right on time.
4233, Minneapolis ground, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
And there's Delta 170 that arrived earlier today from Seoul, South Korea. Had to spend quite a bit of time sitting in the penalty box because the gate that it is currently pulling into was occupied. So it had to wait for a Super Tug to yank a 330 out of there in order for Delta 170's gate space to become available. For the one that they were scheduled into anyway, so they just had to coordinate that with the company.
For 4 Heavy, traffic 4 out at Alpha 3, cross runway 30 left, turn right on Whiskey.
All right, here's our United arrival coming in from Denver.
Guys, 4140 Minneapolis Tower, wind 2707, runway 30 right, clear to land.
Now we do got to keep our eye on a ex-Northwest 757-200, beg your pardon.
Continue Charlie to spot 11, traffic 3 out.
Thinking of the ex-Northwest A330-300 that is in charge of the Paris flight today that is going to be departing the south parallel shortly. Whoa, they
4233 Minneapolis Tower.
really were stretching the landing roll here. They're going to exit on Alpha 8.
Ground up 152, have is ready to taxi.
Delta 152 Heavy, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Alpha.
Delta Alpha to 30 left, Delta 152 Heavy.
Delta, hold short of 30 left. Super 4 heavy.
The 860 ground. So the 860, I'm going to move you to the 12 left of the asset. Make a 180 to join Quebec. Continue Quebec, cross runway 4.
Gordon, almost to full set. They went for the long ball, though. They went on the exit
United 732 Minneapolis ground, taxi to
known
parking
as Alpha
via
8.
Alpha Charlie, Quebec, cross runway 4.
Alpha Charlie, Quebec, cross runway 4, United 732.
United 752 says, amend those instructions. Hold short of runway 22 for now.
Alright, hold short of 22, United 732.
Nice landing from the A321.
United 732, continue via Alpha Charlie, Quebec, cross runway 4.
Alright, cross runway 4, Alpha Charlie, Quebec, departing United 732.
Record 4465, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
Left clear to land.
To the last visit, I'm 35
That's 4233 on the 340 heading, contact departure, good day.
Delta Papa, cross runway 4.
Alpha Delta Papa, cross 4, Delta 29.
All good, Gordon. Yeah, that United flight taxied quite farther than I anticipated. So I thought they were going to get off at least taxiway Mike. All right, looks like our Super Tug is going to take this A330neo for a ride. So they are on Whiskey. I think they might be headed over to Tech Ops.
2982, amend the taxi, continue Alpha Charlie, Papa.
Alpha Charlie, Papa, Delta.
Well, they have the APU on. You can see in the upper right-hand portion of your screen. I'll zoom in on it here as far as I can. See all the heat vapor behind the aircraft? It's the APU exhaust is at the rear of the aircraft. They have the APU on. And nope, doesn't look like they're taking it to Tech Ops. Maybe they are gonna stick it at another new gate, which of course is entirely within the realm of possibility. It looks like that's what they're gonna do here. I think they might do it. They gotta hold short because there's another landing that's coming in.
Skies 4140, turn left on Charlie or runway 22, contact ground.
Sackett's Aviation Channels this reminds me our flight from Houston to Portland. Diverted to Albuquerque. We stayed there for 2 hours and arrived at PDX. And be Portland 4 hours late. And thanks so much for sharing that experience and welcome aboard to MSP today. So great to have you on board. Happy Saturday.
4140, just turned on runway 22 going to altitude.
4140, Minneapolis ground, taxi to parking via Papa, traffic on Charlie follows you.
Taxi via Papa to the gate.
Right, our next arrival that's coming in behind a Delta touching down from O'Hare, Southwest 3584 from Denver.
The 2078 Minneapolis Tower, wind 290 at 7, runway 30 right, clear to land. 1533, turn right at Delta, contact ground point honor.
Western Delta, confident. 1533, vacating Delta, parking Golf Lake.
Delta 1533, Minneapolis ground, taxi to parking via Alpha.
Parking via Alpha, Delta 1533.
So Chase Tuna 9 says, wonder what the exhaust is coming out of the belly at the rear of the aircraft. So there's a tiny jet engine or a tiny turbine engine in the back of the aircraft. It's known as the Auxiliary Power Unit or APU. So that exhaust is being jettisoned out the exhaust port at the back of the aircraft from the APU.
South 18 1878 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 4 mile final, Airbus. Wind 290 at 6, runway 30 left, clear to land. Southwest 3584, turn left at Charlie, taxi Charlie Tango to park, monitor ground point honor.
Charlie Tango, monitor ground point honor, Southwest 35.
Runway 17, taxi via Delta, Charlie 6, Mike, Bravo, Alpha 10, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left.
17, Delta, Charlie 6, Mike, Bravo, Alpha 10, cross runway 4, hold short at 30 left, airport.
All right, our next arrival on runway 30 left. United at 2150 coming in from Houston. It's an Airbus A319. Behind them, Delta 1878 from Cancun, and then Delta 2062 from Austin. We got Delta 413 coming in from Los Angeles, arriving in 4 minutes as well. He's joining the arrival bank. So that aircraft more than likely departed in front of our friends. LA Flights Live. Our friend Josh is live from LA today. Big shout out to our friend Josh. Delta 152 Heavy to Paris is patiently holding short of the south parallel. So I think they're going to be waiting for a little bit here before our arrival bank.
Level 152 Heavy, looks like one more arrival, good show.
And right on cue, I was just going to say it's going to depend on the spacing in between the arrivals.
Ground point 9, Minneapolis Tower, Delta 2062, 8 miles, ILS 30 left.
Delta 2062 Minneapolis Tower, company 2 mile final, traffic will hold in position, caution wake turbulence, departing heavy Airbus, winds 2807, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 30 left, that's my clear zone, Delta 2062.
United 2150, Minneapolis ground, taxi to parking via Delta Quebec.
Delta Quebec to park, United 2150.
Delta 703, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 308. Secure 2465, your real time to O'Hare is 14 to 16, monitor tower 126.7.
All right, so this one more arrival, and then I think Delta 152 to Paris with the A330-300 will be ready to boogie.
Delta 152 Heavy, company Airbus on a 5 mile final, runway 30 left, line of point.
Ground good afternoon, Delta 2078 on Mike, Charlie 7.
Delta 2078, Minneapolis ground, taxi to parking via Papa, cross runway 4.
Papa cross runway 4, Delta 2078.
Actually, Brickyard 4465, turn right at Sarah Bravo, taxi via Bravo, Alpha 10, hold short for runway 30 left.
Right turn Bravo, Alpha 10, hold short 30 left,
Delta 1878, turn right at Mike, and contact ground point honor.
Sorry, Mike, ground point 9, City Tower, Delta 413, 8 out on the visual.
Delta 152 heavy, live runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. Delta 413 heavy, I'm sorry, Delta 413 Minneapolis Tower, 4.5 behind company Airbus, winds 270 at 8.
All right, everybody, Delta 152 Heavy, now on the roll, departing to Paris.
You're not the first one today, we've been making that mistake all day.
8, Minneapolis ground, push approved. Delta 2607, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 right.
Push approved, 30 right, Delta 2607.
Delta 2078, your gate just pushed. Join Quebec and in as able.
Yeah, we're just up fire. Join Quebec and as able for Delta 2078.
Delta 2129, roger.
2238, Minneapolis Tower, winds 270 at 9er, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Runway 30 left, Delta 138.
Level 152 heavy, turn right, heading 340, then contact departure.
340, then departure, Delta 152 heavy, good day.
Super gate, proceed to the south base via Charlie 5, correction. Proceed to the south base via Alpha 7, hold short, runway 30 left. Super gate, proceed via Alpha to the east base.
Well, there we go. Delta 152 heavy, producing quite the thunderous roar, taking off to Paris. The A330-300s are actually among some of the loudest departures that we capture here from Minneapolis St. Paul Airport, so it's always a treat to be up front and close to those takeoffs.
Off at 4.
2062, man, ground, where are you parking?
Charlie 3.
So 2062, taxi parking via Alpha Delta Papa.
Alpha Delta Papa, Charlie 3 Delta 2062.
So we are currently looking at this A330. I think they're going to reshuffle it to a different gate. It's heading to hold short of the south parallel for quite a while.
Discuss 4051, Minneapolis Tower, wind 260 at 10, runway 30 left.
All right, here's Delta 413 from the City of Angels, coming in from Los Angeles, California with an A321neo.
Ground Delta 1878, Golf 9 is occupied. We're checking still.
Delta 1878, taxi past your gate, make a 180 on Quebec and as able. Correction, 180 on Bravo and as able.
180 on Bravo Delta 8.
Delta 2129, continue taxi.
Anyway, Delta 2129. 4 ground 9, Delta 413.
4465, Minneapolis Tower, turn right heading 180, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
Delta 413, we have
right.
where you parking?
Fox 9.
Delta 413, taxi to parking via runway 4, hold short of Charlie 60, hours
Now
occupied.
exiting 30 left.
4 short Charlie 6, Delta 413.
Love the 321neo. Love this airplane. Quiet ride. Really clean experience.
Delta 984, runway 17.
And if you're on the fence about taking Delta's 321neo,
Delta Sierra Kilo cross
let me be the one to push you over the edge. The 321neo is an exceptional product.
Off of Foxtrot 9, Delta 2607, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa.
Thanks, Delta Papa, 30 right, Delta 2607.
Pretty smooth touchdown here from Delta 2238 coming in from Las Vegas with the 737-900ER.
Copy, they're just pushing now. We'll make the 180 Delta 2062. Ground Delta 413, just say the gate's open.
Delta cross 30 left, straight to the gate, Super 4 heavy.
So 2238, turn right, and runway 24 Silver if you like, contact ground point hunter.
Right on runway 4, ground point 9, Delta 2238. Delta 2843,
So 2843, Minneapolis Tower, wind 260 at 7, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to land, Delta 2843.
4 for gate box 1.
Come 2230, Minneapolis ground, taxi to parking via. Correction, your gate is occupied. Continue via runway 4, hold short of Charlie 6.
Runway 4, hold short of Charlie 6, Delta 2238.
Delta 413, Charlie 6 into the alley.
Delta 6 to the alley, Fox 9, Delta 413, see ya.
Chase Tuna 9, thanks for the info. This is the A330 info that we're just looking at here off in the distance. It's actually going to be Delta 10 going to London after dark tonight.
Air 4465, contact departure. Air 4465.
Interesting.
1762, push approved.
We're good for Trevor. Say good evening, everyone. Been with family the last couple days and just got back after exploring some of the states. Great to have you back, Trevor. Hope your time with family was wonderful and well spent. It's been a pretty interesting day today.
703 Minneapolis Tower, flight on my heading.
Gareth 0256, hey, thanks so much for hopping on board the MSP Airport Live Plane Posse. That's what we like to call our awesome family of aviation enthusiasts, live viewers. Thanks so much for the subscription. Well appreciated over here. Happy to have you on board. Things are going really good today on this Saturday. Hope things are good for you here on this Memorial Day weekend. So if you are new to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport, we're the second busiest Delta hub in their network. So we see gobs of A330s and 350s here. We're a big Airbus airport. So if you like Airbus spotting, this is a place to be at. We see a lot of Boeing too. We're the main operating base of Sun Country Airlines.
Delta 6, hold the push, I'll call it.
We also have a couple of large cargo terminals here for both FedEx and UPS. We also have a West Cargo for DHL and Prime Air as well. So there's quite a bit of cargo action that happens here in addition to all the passenger traffic. And during the spring and summer, we have international airlines such as Air France, KLM, Discover. So we have Aer Lingus, which is year-round. That service is operated with a 321 XLR. We actually saw that come in earlier today. There's Air France. Air France typically operates from about maybe middle of May until or early May until the end of September with either the 787 or the 777-200ER. So they sent the 787 today. So Air France is daily. Delta also has its nonstop to Paris, which, by the way, we just saw depart with the next Northwest A330. That's a daily flight. There's 3 daily Amsterdam arrivals and departures for Delta. So the 350 and the 330 Neo take on those responsibilities for Delta. There's also nonstops to and from Seoul and to and from Tokyo with the A350.
2148 Minneapolis Tower, the one's 280 at 6, runway 30 left.
We've also got Iceland Air coming in tonight too. That's daily, 737 MAX. So they've been a frequent visitor to the Twin Cities for a long time. Operate non-stop between here and Reykjavik. We also have a lot of 757 action in the form of the Dash 200 and Dash 300 variants of the 757s.
After the A220 or 320, possibly get
Many 029S, I know. It would be amazing to have the 380 here at MSP, but that would be a multi-million-dollar infrastructure upgrade that Delta would have to agree to. And
left Alpha, spot 7 on the ice Delta 24.
Sorry, I just had to pause my thought because I thought I heard left at Alpha after the arrival flight. The arrival that just came in with the A321 was supposed to take a right-hand turn or continue on Mike after exiting the south parallel runway, but looks like they're going to go to the penalty box because they don't got a gate.
So 762, you're given 30 right, correct? Are you able to make the left turn off from there, or do you need a right turn?
All right, everybody, we're going to go catch our next arrival. It's an X-Northwest 757 200.
So 3791, runway 17, taxi via Quebec, short of the push at Delta 6. 258 heavy, Minneapolis ground, push is approved, runway 30 left.
Alright, push approved, 30 left, Delta 258 heavy.
Shamrock 988, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 right. The 1878 ground utility. Yeah, go ahead. Any update on Z9? I don't have any paperwork or anything out of that case. After that.
Start making a right turn on Alpha and hold short runway 30 left at Alpha 10.
I'd like to right turn on Alpha, hold short 30 left at Alpha 10. 49.
2362, give way to the company, Airbus will turn away on Alpha, and you can turn right at Mike and contact ground on point 9.
Give way to the company, Airbus on Mike, and contact ground point 9, Delta 2332.
2607, contact
All right, let's see those red tails come out. X-Northwest aircraft
4299,
in sight.
300, runway 30 right, cleared for takeoff.
So some of you are probably thinking, what? Why are we calling out the X-Northwest birds in the Delta fleet? Well, if you know anything about Minneapolis, St. Paul, this used to be the home base for Northwest Airlines, one of the biggest airlines in the world at one point before the merger with Delta in 2008. They were known for their iconic red tails.
Left turn on to 4, right turn on to Bravo, and we'll hold short, wait for our...
And you can tell that November whiskey registration suffix.
Past the two aircraft, the two 220s.
That is
and then rejoin to actually understand Papa. Papa across from my 4.
It's a telltale sign that it's X-Northwest, especially with the 757 200s. Northwest also used Uniform Sierra as a registration suffix. Also November Bravo. That was more of an A319 thing.
2148,
so the thing to know about the Delta fleet is that all of their A320s and A319s were inherited at the merger from the Northwest roster when both airlines combined.
Alpha 10 and join with Delta 2749.
Same with all of the 757-300s, of which Delta has 16 on the roster. We see quite a bit of 757-300 traffic here at MSP. Angel Chris 77 says, what airline would you like to see come back to Minneapolis, St. Paul? Probably Condor. Probably Condor, because I love my beach towel livery A330s.
Yeah, 3791, monitor tower on 126.7.
It's a bit much looking at it through videos or photos. But in person, wow, that livery is just striking.
4074, runway 30 left, taxi.
So I'm on Team Stripes, as they say, when it comes to the Condor beach towel liveries. And I call them the beach towels because they kind of look like a beach towel. I like the blue stripes. The blue stripes for Condor. Then the yellow, probably. So the blue and the yellow. I think that looks really good for Condor. The green is okay. Now, the red looks like a candy cane. I'm not going to lie. The candy plane. We don't see those over here in the States, but over in Europe they see them. Now, Condor is not going to do an orange, and I'm going to leave the audience to figure out why that would be the case.
Delta 6, reference the Airbus off your right. You can join Papa, cross runway 4, Mike, hold short runway 30 left.
But yeah, Condor has some pretty fun colors with that stripe livery. Their business class product is also really good too. And they were a strong performer here in Minneapolis. So if it were any airline that I would like to see come back here to Minneapolis, St. Paul, please bring Condor back in here.
Mike, hold short runway 30 left.
And then hold short of 30 left at Alpha 10, Skywest 3791.
Skies 4301, Minneapolis Tower, flag on my heading.
Ivanovich 83 says the beach towel is a good name. I don't know who coined that term. I think somebody from our spotting community started calling them beach towels. I think it might have been our friend Laura, who's a channel supporter. Big shout out to you, Laura.
4301, Minneapolis Tower, flag on my heading, 430 right, clear for takeoff.
Laura is such an awesome member of our spotting community here in the Twin Cities. And hey, look who it is. It's Icelandair. I was fully expecting them to go to the north parallel for arrival, because usually they like to pick the north side. Sometimes it's a toss-up, though, because technically they have to get to Terminal 2, which is closer to the south parallel than it is on the north side of the field.
258 heavy, runway 30 left, active Alpha.
30 left, yeah, Delta 258 heavy.
So Icelandair.
So 762.
See if they request 30 left for departure. I think that's going to be the shorter taxi route for them.
Charlie Papa.
Now, it's not uncommon for Icelandair to then request, actually, can we go north side? I think on our last installment of MSP Live, that's what they requested.
30 left and right on whiskey.
Alright, after Alpha 10, cross 30 left and right on whiskey, Skywest 3791.
Love Icelandair.
23 ground push approved.
So Jerways is asking, why did Condor leave?
Ice Air to pass the sail, please. After Ice Air push approved.
Now, when they announced that they were leaving the Twin Cities market indefinitely, had to do with a lower German court ruling in regards to Condor competing with Lufthansa's route network. And since Lufthansa was flying here in 2024 for the first time at the end of the year, lower German court said, no, back off. And this was not just to our market, but many other markets. Condor was forced to pull out and cut service to. Now, they did file an appeal. They won the appeal for some of the markets that they were forced to abandon. Unfortunately, MSP was not one of the markets that the appeal was sustained. And so that pretty abruptly cut off Condor from servicing the Twin Cities. Condor was also a really strong performer here at Minneapolis St. Paul Airport. Like, their flights were pretty full. Even for a 330-900neo, which they were flying in their last season at Minneapolis St. Paul, Condor was doing great with Lufthansa. Lufthansa and Condor were sort of tag teaming the market. They would switch off serving MSP every other day. Lufthansa was 4 days a week. Condor was 3 days a week. So you had either of the two servicing MSP on any given day. So Lufthansa maybe one day and then Condor on another day. And they did really well. And both have really great business products. Both are really great airlines. So I really miss Condor. They had a flashy, groovy kind of livery as I kind of warmed up to it. It was one of the more interesting things to spot out here, but then that got taken away. And then Lufthansa, shortly after, they had to pull out of the MSP market because they had a fleet problem. So they pulled out. They felt that they could not consistently cover MSP reliably with all the other more important connections in their route network. So they pulled back and they commandeered Discover, which is a subsidiary of Lufthansa. It's in the Lufthansa group. So they said, hey, Discover, you're going to start flying here, and you're going to save our seat. You're going to keep everything held down for us in the MSP market until we're ready to come back. So that explains why Discover is here, and that, of course, is because of Lufthansa.
Push approved, 30 right. Delta 730, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17. Approved, runway 17, Delta 7. Delta 2238, that's your gate push, and I'll get you up there when they leave. Okay.
So Chase Tuna 9 has a really good question. So why do we not see Lufthansa if we are supposedly a part of their network? Now, Lufthansa wants to be here. They want to be in the MSP market. The current wide-body availability in their fleet was not consistent enough to the point where I guess Lufthansa could reliably sustain operations on the route. They actually had to scale back from going 4 days per week to 3 days per week because of it.
Delta 2187, Minneapolis ground, caution Fox 1 on the push. Your push approved, runway 17. Push approved, caution Fox 1 for runway 17.
So Lufthansa was a pretty strong performer. I think their load factor was around 80%. 80% or greater.
Rock 988, tower frequency 123.905. Have a good day.
All right, how about some more 757 action?
15 miles out, runway 30 left, wonderful late. After 16 minutes 01 at the end sequence behind the SkyWest RJ from your right.
Second 2151, runway 17, taxi via Quebec, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short runway 30 left. Quebec, Mike, runway 17, cross runway 4.
7 Minneapolis car traffic in position at Alpha 7, cross runway 30 left, and then turn right on Whiskey.
Cross 30 left.
All right.
Delta 914, turn right at Mike, contact ground on
Another one of our amazing ex-Northwest 757 300s coming in. We've also got the Dublin flight that is going to be departing here any second. Delta 258 Heavy with the A330 200 is about ready to get out of here.
Turn spot 5 of the DS pad base talk. Right turn spot 5 of the pad.
That beeping sound indicates there are multiple people trying to talk at the same time on frequency. So anyone that's on frequency, it's a way for anyone on frequency to know that there are multiple people trying to get the message across. That's what I was trying to say. All right, everybody, the
2087, monitor tower 126.7.
The Irish Express for Delta is now departing.
2843 ground.
Runway 30 left with the A330 200.
Turn Bravo, cross runway 4 to the gate as able, pass behind American at Mike. Bravo, cross 4 to the gate as able and pass behind that American Delta 2843. American 2151 traffic, the Airbus from the right of the pad will pass behind you. Monitor tower 126.7. Have a good day. 7. We're talking for heavy Minneapolis ground. Traffic behind the right, waiting for your gate.
Delta 258 Heavy, turn right heading 360 and contact departure.
Right turn 360, departure Delta 258 Heavy.
Dash 4074, turn right heading 230 and contact departure. 1601, I make that Sun Country 1601, turn right heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff. And 2151 Minneapolis.
Yeah, there you go, everybody.
Alpha, hold true runway 30 left at Alpha 10.
There's only 11 A330-200s in Delta's fleet. We just saw one of them depart for Dublin.
Shamrock 988, 5 runway heading, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
All right, now it's Aer Lingus' turn to race Delta to Dublin. Shamrock 988 now departing the north side. We'll see it.
2177 Minneapolis Tower, the wind's variable at 5, runway 30 left, clear to land.
All right, we should see Shamrock any moment now. Moving from right to left on your screen.
City 1601, contact departure.
Delta 21, Delta 2087, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short runway 30 left. Runway 17, Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short 30 left, Delta 2187. Delta 730, right taxi off. 730, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short runway 30 left. 17 via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short at 0 left, Delta 7. Runway 238, turn right at Charlie 6, give way to both of the company outbound, taxi in.
Right, Charlie 6 will give way to both outbound, taxi in, Delta 2030.
Sub 362, keep rolling down to runway 4, please. Right turn runway 4 and contact ground point 9er.
It's down to runway 4.
Okay, 2151, traffic on the runway, exit prior to you at Alpha 10, cross.
I love the right banked turn when Aer Lingus departs the north side. That's one of the cool things you get to see on the north side here from the viewing areas. Get those really cool right banked turns away from you. Super cool.
On my heading, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Delta 362, ground taxi straight ahead, taxi straight ahead, top into the gate.
0 at 7, runway 30 left, clear
Just want to point out how busy it is here at the viewing area today. There are a ton of people
Hold short runway 30 left,
that are out enjoying the weather. Well, it's a great day for it, too. It's not too hot outside, a nice breeze.
Delta 362, ground taxi straight ahead, top into the gate.
Straight ahead, top.
Pretty awesome spring weather, if you ask me, up here in the great state of Minnesota. Oh, brother.
The 2087, runway 17, out of the way.
You got the young ones letting their energy out. Well, here's the back end of a 757-300, if anyone's interested. So they are in the penalty box. They're waiting for a gate to open up. So I think the third aircraft that we've had in the penalty box here within the last couple of hours.
Right on Delta, hold short runway 30 left.
Okay, left turn Bravo, right turn Delta, hold short 30 left, Delta 730.
There's 3911, turn right heading 360 and contact departure.
Professor Rainman, hey, thanks so much for joining us today. I had no idea a channel like this existed. I don't like sports in general, or in the general sense, but I love stuff like this and love that this exists. Well, hey, thanks so much for checking us out. Thanks so much for tuning in, and happy Saturday, by the way. So great to have you on board with us.
Malfano Delta, cross range 30 left, turn on whiskey, and cross runway 4, give it a 73 up the right.
And what's Delta cross 30 left.
Benny 029S.
2187.
Yeah, that's definitely Chicago O'Hare. American and United. Definitely at each other's throats down in the Chicago markets.
5.9 or Delta 2177.
2107, turn right heading 230 and contact departure.
All right, everybody, hold on a minute.
Ground Delta 2177 off Mike Parkin, Golf 10. Delta 2177, you have to contact you via Alpha Cross runway 4. Alpha Cross runway 4, Delta 2177.
00 at Niner, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Runway 30 left, clear to land, 1030.
American 2151, the wind 300 at Niner, turn right heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Copy that. So 2177, you can go past your gate on Alpha and then make the 180 onto Bravo, short of it, and then in when you can. Sounds like might be blocked a little bit. Okay, we'll pass the gate on Alpha, then 180 onto Bravo, hold short so it's clear, Delta 2177. Yeah, with Stern at 31, minutes ground, push approved, runway 30 right. 362, caution the push at Charlie 19 as you make the turn.
Safeguard against it, because we had problems with really hours. We didn't understand it. What kind of forced us to do that. Makes sense. We'll occasionally get and every
605, people on the mic, please, Richard, Mike, at the ground point, Niner. The 3501, Minneapolis Tower, 290 at 10, runway 30 right, clear to land.
Good, I've been
Different 2151, contact departure.
having dinner and
2485, Minneapolis Tower, sliding 300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Smokestack or whatever the place is.
605 ground, if you're up, make the left turn there. Left on the Alpha, and then a right turn, spot 7 of the pad, you're gateable.
I'm not picking.
605 ground. Yes, ours late to switch. 605, go ahead. 605, your gate is full. Make a left turn onto runway 4, and then Bravo, Mike, Alpha, spot 7 of the pad. Please stay stuck. Alright, left on 4, Bravo, Mike, Alpha, and spot 4, facing the pad. Spot 7, please, spot 7, stay stuck. Spot 7, facing the tower, Delta 605. Yeah, let's turn at 25, next count, push approved, 30 right.
Up at 730, runway 17, line up and wait.
On the wait, 17, Delta 730. Yeah, tower Delta 1701, ILS 31.
1701, Minneapolis Tower, 1280 at Niner, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 30 left, Delta 1701.
And welcome aboard, Jacob. Jacob is saying hi. Good to have you on board today, Jacob. Happy Saturday, by the way. Hope you're having a good Memorial Day weekend.
The 914, just still want you at box 6. Solid, still the gate.
All right, everybody, as we look at our inbound flight trackers. So we do have Delta 1701 be our next arrival on runway 30 left. It's coming in from Sacramento, California.
Right at Charlie.
So that arrival bank is continuing to flow steady here as we work towards the 7 o'clock hour on MSP Airport Live. So great to have you aboard with us.
31, 30, taxi via Papa.
Radioan saying hi. Hey, I hope I'm not butchering your name or anything. Apologies if I am. But so great to have you on board today. Thanks so much for tuning in.
Ground SkyWest 3950.
Sorry if I'm not getting to your messages right away. There's a couple things I needed to do behind the scenes to
ground taxi via Charlie Papa. Your gate.
Sure that we're still good.
Charlie Papa, SkyWest 3950.
Also, we had some wonderful folks that came up to say hi, so wanted to spend some time taking care of them here behind the scenes. And as we pointed out, it is super busy today at the viewing area. There's a lot of people here, a lot of people. It's primarily the reason we don't do a Saturday show is because it's that busy. But of course, the nice weather is always a good reason to get out anyway. I also needed my plane spotting fix for the weekend. So if you are tuned in and wondering when we'll be live next, we will be going live on Monday, and we'll also be going live on Wednesdays. Let me tell you something about Wednesdays. The last show we had was just jam-packed with highlights. There were times where I was even struggling to keep track of the stuff in and out of MSP. It's because we had a lot of action on Wednesday. Wednesdays is non-stop. It was non-stop on Wednesdays. Mondays are also extremely busy. Things are starting to get a little bit busier here on this Saturday night. Kind of surprised. Saturdays are typically more laid back when it comes to the spotting at MSP, but today seems to be a little bit busier, and of course I would understand why, just being Memorial Day weekend. We also have a big membership milestone we got to celebrate here coming up. It's for our friend Daniel Kep, celebrating 26 incredible months of MSP Airport Live membership, over 2 years as an MSP Airport Live member. Appreciate you so much, Daniel.
For 914, that's your gate pushing right now. I'll move you up here in a second.
900, open up to one. $1105 Minneapolis Tower, the wind's 290 at 7, runway 30 left, clear to land.
It's our good friend Michael Walker, one of our awesome mods as well, saying MSP Airport Live. Good evening, Alex. Well, hey, good evening to you. Happy Saturday. Just popped in to say hello, having just finished work. Bedtime for me. Hopefully catch you on Monday. Well, hey, have a great night's sleep, by the way. Rest up for tomorrow. And looking forward to seeing you on Monday. So Saturdays are not our typical day that we go live, but I think this is now, the second consecutive week that we've done a Saturday, just because the weather made me do it. And I was itching to get outside and enjoy some of the nice weather, maybe get some vitamin D, soaking up all that good sunshine here later this evening.
For 914, you can make the run in a Bravo, cross from A4, but hold short of Charlie.
So Jacob Bebdeck, good to see you today, my friend. Saying hello. Welcome to our show today, Jacob. So great to have you on board with us at MSP Airport Live, doing some plane spotting from Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport on a Saturday where we typically don't go live just because, as you can hear, it's just super busy. Super, super busy. Saturdays also tend to be a little bit on the slower side at MSP, but not by much, though.
Your right, taxi via Papa, traffic behind your right, switch to your gate. Bus 3501, taxi is able.
Just wanted to let everybody know that we will be live this Monday. And we invite you to join us on Monday and Wednesday next week. Actually, as a matter of fact. Mondays are a lot more hectic than this. I'll tell you what. I mean, this is easy. Spotting on Mondays and Wednesdays, it's a challenge to keep up with the pacing sometimes. You also get to see Discover on Monday and Wednesday, KLM and Discover on Wednesday, in addition to Air France, our Delta Heavies.
2683, runway 17, taxi via Quebec, Mike, cross from A4, hold short, runway 30 left.
Of course, we got plenty of Sun Country, Iceland Air. We've got the potential for UPS 747s on Wednesday as well.
683 is Charlie 9 open in front of you.
Jerways throwing up some A350
Charlie 9
emojis.
open in front
Love
of you.
it. Jerways asks us, how long has MSP Airport Live been on the air? Now, this is overall not like today, but I understand the question. Just found you 3 weeks ago, and I'm so happy I did. Well, hey, so we're very grateful that you were able to find us and tune in. So MSP Airport Live started in 2023, but the project was never fully serious because I didn't even know if people were going to be interested in doing plane spotting from here live. Because everyone knows the show's out in LA. Everyone knows London Heathrow, Manchester, all these A-tier and even B-tier airports, right? All these airports that have a lot more to choose from and to spot.
Taxi via Charlie and Old Short Expect.
And there were some questions about if this would work. I think we all know the answer to if it worked or not, because you guys made it work. And also MSP was seeing just rapid growth from 2023 into 2024, and it kind of just reaffirmed the decision that I had made with channel co-founder Logan Justice and also Eric Paul, who had supported the channel. It's the founding three, as I like to say, that our managing producer Micah came on shortly after that and really got the ball rolling. So we did some test broadcasts in 2023. I think we did a few shows to sort of prove the concept, and then in 2024, I was able to finish crafting the graphics package that I really wanted for the show and everything else in its earlier stages. I mean, it's received some improvements and tweaks since then.
1105 behind a 220 from the right on Quebec.
And also just building up the base of equipment to do spotting much more comfortably, to do it better, capture things in higher quality, and just a variety of different things. And you guys have, through all the amazing support throughout that time, have allowed us to continue taking the channel to some pretty cool places like LA earlier this month.
Your push is approved, runway 30 left.
And also kick it back here at MSP.
2437, caution the push, shot of 11.
And we have a really unique place to do plane spotting, and that was kind of one of the reasons that also spurred the idea of, hey, let's do a live show from here. I think we could really do it from here.
As they exit as well. We'll give way to that barrier when you exit depth 1105.
We've also met some pretty incredible spotting friends along the way. Those that were in the industry currently, also former industry professionals as well. It's led to a lot of great memories for us and our viewers over the last couple of years.
2268, D75 is waiting for you, and I 17 taxi via Alpha 7, hold short runway 30.
17 via Alpha 7, hold short 30 left,
2268, just verify at Alpha 7, hold short 30 left.
Jerways, thanks so much for the kudos, by the way. You do a great job. Nice history, great views.
Verify the hold short point there at Alpha 7, hold short runway 30 left.
Trying to read the rest of what it says here. There's glare on my laptop screen.
68, monitor tower 126.7 today.
And great format, okay.
That was 5885, Minneapolis ground, push is approved, runway
I don't know.
17.
Sometimes I feel like I'm this close to having to go to an optometrist to get glasses or a prescription sometimes. My vision is pretty good. So Jerways says, definitely appreciate getting the spot from my living room. Very happy to bring it to you. We have a pretty special location, and big thanks to the Metropolitan Airports Commission for providing such a really cool spot in the location it's in to be up close and personal with live aviation. Professor Rainman says, one of my friends is a Delta pilot. Not sure if his routes take him through MSP and the days that you're running live, but I'm definitely going to ask him. Yeah, go for it. Feel free to spread the word. That's really cool.
Whiskey Cross 4, Delta 2268.
Anthony, thanks so much for being with us today. Says, wow, the lighting is awesome right now. Wait till golden hour. I'm not sure, and you know what? I'm not sure if we're going to get sunnier conditions later when we are well into golden hour. When Air France is going to depart, by the way. We'll have that on the program as well. Delta 162 with the A330 to Amsterdam. We'll have that as well in addition to Air France. But it looks to be that there's a clearing sort of off to our west. Looks like we're in for a clearing.
That was 3526 Minneapolis ground. Just hold position there, just like this.
So this is kind of what the scene looks like off to our west.
Ground, hold position.
So we do have some clearing that is taking place. So a lot of the thicker cloud cover that was providing more overcast conditions earlier in the day is sort of moving out. And this was forecasted as well by the National Weather Service that we were going to have a clearing at some point later on in the day. And it looks like we will. Which is always an awesome thing.
3526, DRJ at the nose is going to join the either. Continue pop as able. D925, connect first, you're good. Delta going to Charlie 21. Delta 4122, we have contact via Delta, hold short of Quebec. Delta short Quebec, Delta 4122.
And if you're just joining us, hi everybody, I'm Alex. Welcome to MSP Airport Live and welcome to the aircraft viewing area. Happy Saturday, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the live plane spotting as much as I am today. Hey, if you like the show, if you're enjoying the action, make sure to hit that thumbs up button. It's the easiest way to support the channel. And big thanks to everybody who's already done that here today. Well, I'll tell you what, there's going to be a lot of great spotting here that we are going to indulge in later on during golden hour. It's a vibe here, I'm telling you, everybody. It's a vibe here from Minneapolis.
3526 past your gate. Company's waiting for a 16, and then 180 into the gate.
So the golden hour light is going to just bake the terminal and all the aircraft that we'll see from our perspective in that wonderful golden hue.
That was 4122 behind the CRJ. Continue via Papa. And
Elliot 844, hey, thanks so much for checking in and for dropping the information. Can you plane spot me on Monday? Ooh. What time? We will be live on Monday. We will be live on Monday. What time is it? So Elliot says I will be on a Sun Country flight going to Savannah, Georgia. Hey, have fun. Enjoy Sun Country. If you haven't flown Sun Country before, you're in good hands. I like flying Sun Country. Don't expect much. And to be quite honest, you're not going to get the sun, moon, and the stars if you fly in Sun Country. And I think it's fair to say for any low-cost carrier in general, if you choose to fly with them. But in my experience, Sun Country has been really, really good to me. And I've had a flight canceled on me before. They've provided a way to get home. Still, even with the flight cancellation, I think they go a little bit beyond what most budget carriers would do. And some of their products are actually done quite well to the level of Delta. And I've flown Delta so many times.
1105, you can just hang there. The Airbus will be out of the way here just in a second.
Snaggy X, good to see you today, my friends. Have you ever done night ops in the past? Maybe in the plans for the future. So, unfortunately, night spotting is not something that we are able to do here from the viewing area, and that is because the viewing area is open from dawn to dusk, and the hours of operation are quite routinely enforced by APD, or Airport Police, and here's why. During the evening hours, the airport was pretty chill with people staying overtime, but we had groups of motorists that would start to show up after dark and start to illegally street race. And it got so bad last year to the point where it led to an accident and a rollover crash of a car trying to swerve to get out of the way of hitting a motorcycle. It was going down on Cargill Road. I think, according to what I heard, it was a pretty serious incident. And airport police, I think they took that and maybe other factors as well, and other reports that they had gotten. They said, all right, that's enough. So airport police has done a really good job in helping to deter that from happening here at the viewing area. They've increased surveillance. They've done a really good job of responding to when stuff like that could be taking place or has taken place. So questionable activities is really I think, been the main reason as to why they really don't open it 24 hours. Now, Founders Plaza is open 24 hours. Right. It's a famous spotting location at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. And also, a lot of parks tend to be open from dawn to dusk anyway. And the other part of why we don't really do night spotting is because, apart from the cargo departures that leave at around 9:30 or 10 p.m., after 10 p.m., there's almost nothing that happens. MSP Airport turns into a ghost town. There's almost nobody here.
122, if you can make that right turn to Alpha, go to Alpha.
Yeah, and you know, the rules around the viewing area of operation of when it's open has really been unchanged. But I think that it's just been an unfortunate circumstance that has developed over the past couple of years with folks deciding to gather and do activities that are not necessarily okay. We'll just put it that way.
Hold short of 30 left and cross to
DJF Phantom Fan. Good to see you today. Hey, happy Saturday. I absolutely love Sun Country. I am right with you on that. Sun Country is amazing. For a low-cost carrier, that is. Now, I'm taking Delta over Sun Country in most situations. And that's just because Delta's better with things included in the price. However, Sun Country is nice because of two things. Number one, they don't charge an arm and a leg for checked bags. I think the first checked bag, if you're going to fly Sun Country, is like $35 with a 50-pound bag limit. And that includes a full-sized checked bag. It's like $35. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. I think Delta's pretty similar. Then I think it's maybe $45 for every additional bag if you want to check a bag on Sun Country. And now I would highly recommend don't go to the airport and have to check it later. So do it ahead of time. You usually save money on Sun Country, and most budget carriers are like that here in the States.
2122 on Whiskey Cross runway 4.
The tickets are fairly reasonable, especially rates, even after all of the ancillary fees included. I did the math on a upcoming Sun Country flight to Los Angeles, for example, with the same luggage that I had, taking all the streaming gear and everything out to LA for our LAX edition at the beginning of May. And you're not going to believe the final price. I think it was within $1 of the Delta booking that I had already made months before, back when the price was much better. And I thought that's actually not bad at all. Now, of course, you're going to get way more on Delta just because of it being a full-service airline. They're going to have more included in that price.
Taxi straight ahead, left turn Bravo to the gate.
But still, if you're just looking at the airfare and the bag cost, if you're just looking at the cost factor and
3799, turn right heading 230, connect departure.
and just the travel expense side alone, I mean, they're pretty comparable. I mean, as far as the onboard product, Delta has obviously the better onboard product. Sun Country is not a bad onboard product either. And Sun Country is oftentimes just a little bit cheaper than Delta in certain situations. So it just depends. Okay, so our camera doesn't want to focus on the biz jet. Got a nice speedy takeoff from runway 30 left. Hi, Delta.
D885 up tower, runway 17 line, place way for your wheels up side. You'll be in position about a minute and a half.
DJ at Phantom Fan says, yeah, their bag fees are reasonable. Yes. Yeah, I was actually quite surprised, I think, the first time that I had booked a flight on Sun Country. And this was, I think, maybe a few years ago. Now, obviously, I wasn't going to check any bags because, you know, what I was doing and where I was going did not require any checked bags. And, you know, going out to visit family for a week, all you really need is a carry-on, a personal item, which is my backpack.
That's our right, our left line. Wait, there's no on final, just across Southfield. Left line.
And since I wasn't taking much, Sun Country was actually a really good option. And, you know, I was pretty happy with it. Really happy with it. Now, I guess there was one time where I needed to check a bag, and I thought, oh, that's actually not too bad. Because I think you have to pay for your carry-on. That I do know. The personal item is included. Y'all don't got to pay for that. I think it's $34 for the checked bag. And then it might be $35 for...
And we will cross runway, 30 left at Mike and Whiskey, United 283.
So 5885 flight.
Sorry, I got distracted with something behind the scenes here. Just paying attention to...
Before heavy.
605, ready to go.
To the different movements that we're seeing here today.
17 line up and away.
Kind of have to keep your head on a swivel sometimes.
Clear 30 left.
Anywho, as I was saying, Sun Country, they do make you pay for your carry-on, which is I think about a $34 charge. Last I checked. And then I think it's about a $35 checked bag fee, which for your first checked bag is actually very reasonable, and I do not mind paying that at all.
So when you're ready, let me know. All right, well, let's know, thanks.
Then I think it's $10 more, $45 for each additional checked bag after your first checked bag, assuming it's not oversized. And then you have your seat selection. It can range anywhere from about maybe $46 or $50 in the best seats, which is at the front of the aircraft. Which, by the way, Sun Country best seats are actually a really good product. And then all the other seats in the back, just in the main economy section. Just behind the wing, I think it's about an $11 or $12 seat charge.
Person 9, the Star Woody 2708, runway 30 right, clear to land. Runway 307, do you need a stop to do that, or you don't know? Mission 7, copy that. You can monitor tower 126.7. American 2148, you have a shop, push approved, runway 17.
So Elliot says my Sun Country flight to Savannah, Georgia is departing at, I think, 7:20 a.m. Yeah, that'll be way before we'll start streaming.
Delta 1683, connect departure, good day. Good day, Delta 1683. Toronto runway 17, taxi via Quebec Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left.
So continuing the conversation on booking on Sun Country. So I like a seat that's just behind the wing. And of course I have to have my window seat. But for the flights that I booked best seats, it's about maybe a $48 or $45 extra seat charge. Of course that all gets included, like if you buy a ticket on Delta or American, for example. We don't have to pay to select your seat. Sometimes you do, depending on the kind of ticket that you're purchasing. Typically, I get a pretty good value if I sit just behind the wing on Sun Country with the window seat. I like that. You can sit next to the engine as well. And again, it's personal preference. So you have that. And Sun Country also in flight offers a decent snack selection. They have snack boxes kind of like what Delta has. So there's a lot of things that Sun Country's also taken to that Delta also does that I really like. Provides a good... It provides some good consistency between flying Delta versus Sun Country. And I think for this market that's familiar to certain things, it's really worked.
283, flight 180, runway 17, clear takeoff.
Heading 180, runway 17, clear takeoff.
Delta 2122, turn right in 230, connect departure.
DJF Phantom Fan. There we go. Great minds thinking alike here. But exactly behind the wing. I like to sit behind the wing because typically you have... On Delta, you don't have to pay to select your seat. On Sun Country, if you do, or any low-cost carrier, and on any low-cost carrier, if you do have to pay to select your seat, the cost is not going to be that much. But also, behind the wing is cool because you get to see all of the spoilers and the flaps and all the fun stuff at the back of the wing. Do its routine. Get to see all of those moving parts of the aircraft in motion. I think they're just fun to look at. Super fun. Especially the ailerons. But you gotta book a window seat though. DJF Phantom Fan is right there with me too. Yes, it's great spots. So I sat just behind the wing on the Delta flight that Logan and I took out to Los Angeles when we took MSP Airport live on the road to LA. So we sat just behind the wing of our A321neo. And I also did the same on my outbound flight on the 757-300 departing LA, Delta 914, back on May 9th. Sat just behind the wing. Really, really enjoyed the view. Yes, Jerways, that's a good point. You get to see the wing flex and also get to see the bounce too if you're sitting just behind the wing on the aircraft. Also get a really good look at the winglets. Or the wingtip fences or whatever. Or hey, maybe even you're on an aircraft that doesn't even have any wingtip fences or winglets. You get a really good look at the edges of the wing. It's a really great view. Robbie Bautista, so good to see you today. Happy Saturdays. Hello, everyone. And Alex, good to see you today, Robbie. Amy Hacker. Hey, Amy. Great to have you with us. Amy saying hello from Sioux City, Iowa. All right, got some Iowa natives tuning in.
American 2148, Minneapolis Tower, Charlie, cross 330 left, maybe a whiskey, cross runway 4. Class 30
Love that our
left,
friends from
Charlie,
Iowa are
Whiskey,
watching. We're
cross
just
runway
across
4,
the region.
2148. So 4024, Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 30 left, maybe a whiskey. So 4024,
And of course, we have our awesome managing producer, Micah, tuning in. Hey, Micah. Happy Saturday. Micah says, looks like a lovely evening at MSP. Greetings to all in the chats. My phone is currently down for the count. Oh, no. Hence my absence. Just checking in here from my laptop for a bit. All good, Micah. Yeah, phone troubles are never fun.
292, Minneapolis Tower, 12708, runway 30 left, cleared to land.
All right, everybody. Big thanks to our live viewers that are tuning in, hitting that like button, and enjoying the live plane spotting vibes here from Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport on this Saturday evening. So great that you could join us today. We're closing in on our first 400 likes of the show. So if you haven't already, make sure to smash that thumbs up button.
71, Minneapolis Tower, wind 27008, runway 30
We are
right.
closing in on 400 likes. Can we get there, everybody?
That one's open. You can just make the right turn to the pad, join Bravo, cross from those 4 all the way. Right turn, join Bravo, cross from 4 all the way. Grand Alpha 2246, right, attacking Alpha 22 Papa. 2246, 2017, taxi via Alpha 3, hold short, runway 30. Alright, 17 via Alpha 3, hold short, 30 left for Delta.
To the end of runway 12 right, where they departed, all the way down to that end.
Oh, wait, I think I saw that video.
They just barely left off.
2148, runway 17 line, runway wind 2706.
We always use Jewish 422, but then we switched. Trace zero left, right?
2246, monitor tower 12617.
Like, are they going to get...
267, take care of them.
Two-way left, 290 to 340,000. Was it great? Like, passenger.
Hey, Alex, it must be live. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Jason.
Remember control data?
So 2654, exiting traffic, will pass behind you with permission.
That's cool. Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah. There's like a sunspot.
2246, Minneapolis Tower, Alpha 3, cross 30 left, Navy Whiskey.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Here at
So 2392, turn right, the runway is available, ground point 9.
You'll take runway 4.9 up.
I was going to remember I saw they did that.
Second 784,
They taxi by terminal.
Sorry, 784, Minneapolis Tower, wind 2707, runway 30 left, clear to land.
You see that?
American 2148, fly, runway heading, runway 17, clear takeoff.
Multicolored tail That's Air France. Oh, okay. The Dream.
4024, turn right, 230, connect departure.
So yeah, it's a good day to get the takeoffs though. What time is that one set for?
2246 on Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Is when they're scheduled.
We'll cross runway 4.
It's 20 to 30 minutes afterward. You're gonna get this really pretty like golden lighting that will just make everything, and it just looks so dreamy. That's cool. Air France always hits the spot.
Still 574, Minnesota, 30 right, line up and wave.
That was a Kalita 747 that took off. This is in March.
Yeah, 721, turn left, ground point, Niner.
Because of weather around O'Hare, and then they were ready to take off.
Still 574, you ready?
That day, I rushed down here, got set up.
Yeah, 721, exiting on Papa 8, we're going to Echo 3.
Jazz 721, Minneapolis ground, taxi to parking via Delta.
It's all loads coming from me.
5 Delta, drive 721.
Brett. Delta 2392, pass line the CRJ from left to right on Delta.
We'll wait for the CRJ Delta 2392.
They probably should have used
0, connect departure.
an extra 1,000 feet would have probably been better.
377 Minneapolis ground, you're waiting for an Air Canada to enter the alley. They'll be parking at exit 5, then your push is approved for your right.
Alright, after Canada, push approved, up 377.
And rotate, and they just barely made it off.
0, runway 30 right, clear takeoff.
Yeah.
Ground for Delta 377, we need 30 left.
So they're
Delta 377 Roger, expect a 30 left.
20.
So they land from over the river coming this way. You'll get the takeoffs, especially with the big wide bodies. When the winds are blowing the other direction, the landings are right in front of us here.
I've gotten anywhere from 29.
So there's no spotting areas over there, and I wouldn't recommend it. But there's also a spot you can go to get the arrivals on 30 left. So it's actually the Fort Snelling State Park. So there's a trail entrance where you can go to. You got to hike up this trail. You park at the park office and walk up. Really cool arrival shots coming in.
Where the arrival park, right?
Yeah, so you get off on the Post Road from Highway 5 over there, and you go down the road to the park entrance, right? You go down the road, and then you park at the park office, and you walk up on the trail. And you get all the way to the top, and about there's like a wood fence.
Delta 2977, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
Taxi is Papa 30 right, Delta 29.
Oh yeah, hey, appreciate it, yeah.
Happy adventure.
Best seat in the house.
Still 574, connect departure. Sun Country 784, turn left on Delta, you got it, ground point 9.
Delta point 9, Sun Country 784.
There was an idiot that did a stoppie.
Ground below Sun Country 784, exiting on Delta for Hotel 5.
Sun Country 784, we have ground, taxi parking via Delta.
Delta parking 784.
They're probably going down. I mean, I'm surprised they didn't want to stop. Because that's just dangerous. It's
Delta 2931, we have ground, you're waiting for traffic that's in the alley to start their taxi, then your push is approved, runway 17.
That's such a cool livery, dude, isn't it?
I love that living, man. That's so good.
Sun Country, I kind of want to see some cars around here.
The golf plane. Yeah.
And I also saw the Air Force 777 took off.
Delta 2931, Maps ground. You're waiting for traffic in the alley to start their taxi. Then your push is approved, runway 17.
Reference the traffic, ready for taxi, then clear to push, Delta 2931.
Dude, I want KLM to be flying triples here. I like the Dreamliner too, but I like the 777.
What time is it?
Flying on 77, fly heading 300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Alright, if you're gonna send, hey, feel free to send me these slides. Hey, if you want to hop on it, that's it.
I might actually. I might. Maybe.
Southwest 3323 on the visual for 30 left. So hold us 3323 is going to start wind 220 center, runway 30 left, 31. 30 left, good land, Southwest 3323.
Were you at the dog park when you caught that? The takeoff?
Flight 246, turn to right, heading 230, connect departure. Right, turn 230, contact departure, Delta, flight 246.
You can get some good takeoffs from the dog park too, especially the...
And it looks like there's nothing.
Flight 977, connect departure, good day.
Hold on. Hello? Oh, sorry, I was in.
Oh, I didn't mean you.
Apologies for the radio silence. Saying hello to our spotting friends. Close friend of the show might have their first appearance on MSP Live today. Our friend the Fuzzy Traveler has stopped by. He's been in the aviation industry for over 20 years. Is an avid world traveler both by sea and by air. So if you're just tuning in, welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport for live plane spotting on MSP Live. We're waiting for Air France to get airborne. And Air France should be live on AirNav and on many other flight tracking apps as well here within probably the next 40 minutes. We also got to celebrate a big membership milestone here today. Daniel Cup is an MSP Airport Live member for 26 incredible months. Thank you so much, Daniel, for your outstanding support of MSP Airport Live. Saying hello, Alex. Hey, Daniel, happy Saturday. So great to have you on board as a member for all these months. It means a lot to me and everybody that does MSP Airport Live. Thank you so much, Daniel. Don Rumsey says, I'm back. Hey, Don.
United 657.
Great to have you back. And then we're on the air for you.
Push approved, 30 right, United 657.
Track JJ, spitting out some facts here. Love it. MSP's Delta's second busiest hub by passenger volume. Such an important strategic connection point for Delta Airlines. '88 Cats 3950. So great to see you today. Sounds like a racetrack. Yeah, there's a lot of folks that use Cargo Road, unfortunately, is a drag strip. They're not supposed to do that. And it's been a constant problem. And especially if the weather's nice.
Proceed to the south base.
You can pretty much tell where I'm going from here.
Bravo, Charlie,
Blackwing 116, so good to have you on board today. Says hello from O'Hare. About to go back to KMSP. How fine. So great of you to tune in here to the Twin Cities, just here north by about maybe 6.5 hours by car.
Oh, yeah?
Then let's go until over minus 606, let's hold till 6 ready for push and start. Spot 11.
She's 11, Charlie, spot 11, 6.
Okay, push approach, whatever 30 left, back to 6, thank you.
Here's your goodie bag.
Now I'm going to bring you. Delta 1026, runway 17, taxi via Bravo, Alpha 5, hold short, runway 30 left.
This at least, I got you back.
Ground Delta 2931 is ready for taxi.
Delta 2931, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, runway 30 left.
17 via Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, 30 left, Delta 2931.
I love Cathay Pacific. That's such a cool one.
Yeah.
You seen the retro livery?
They're 80 years.
Yeah, they're 80 years. I got to see the 747 80-year livery in LA. That was so cool. That's still my favorite airplane that I saw down there.
I'm looking forward to the Delta one.
Oh yeah, the Centennial. Yeah, that's a good livery. You know about the popsicle bus, right? The Team USA Milano one. That one's my favorite.
Oh yeah, I remember that time I was doing.
Delta 1026, Monarch Tower, 126.7. Delta 2931, Monarch Tower, 126.7.
126.7, Delta 2931. United 657, taxi with Papa.
United 657, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
Taxi Papa, 30 right, United 657.
Send me some roll, just like a...
5, push up to the left. 1026.
That is the one. No, it's it. I gotta
Just gotta dive right into it. It's all right. We have a boot camp as well.
A lot of things for once.
All right, Jerways. Thanks so much for sending an MSP Airport Live gift membership. Thanks so much. So you gifted CRQ Spotter. All right, CRQ Spotter. How about that? Get a gift membership for tuning in. Thanks so much, Jerways, for gifting one MSP Airport Live gift membership. And then there was another one gifted by Jerways. Thanks so much, buddy. Kflin15 receiving a gift membership as well. Thanks so much, Jerways, for gifting a couple MSP Airport Live memberships. Track JJ letting us know that the Icelandair transponder is on. And they've also pushed back from the gate here. We're going to go take a look at that in just a second. Chris, thanks so much for the heads up. Delta 881 will be departing in a moment. Family's on that flight. Okay. So message received. And Delta 881. That's with the 757-300. So we have eyes on it for you, Chris. So, all right. We're going to go find Delta 881. And I think we're going to get a 30 left departure with Delta 881. Maybe. They might be doing the circle tour here, and then they're going to probably come back around towards us on Taxiway Whiskey, headed to 17.
Plane on 31, North Star, Charlie, cross 30 left, Navy Whiskey, cross runway 4. Go 377, connect first, get a touchdown 377.
United 657, Kmsp taxi via Papa.
657, I'll continue via Papa, United 657. Echo on 5606, but do more taxi.
Right there, 656, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta.
Yeah, Icelandair is going to go to 30 left. So that flight we just saw depart off the south parallel. The A321neo for Delta is headed to Anchorage. It's flight 377.
881, fly heading 300, runway 30 left for takeoff.
0030 left, set to takeoff, Delta 881.
No way! Delta 881 is going to be taken off on runway 30 left.
656 on frequency as well as United 657.
How awesome is that? I thought they were going to go to 17 probably. So Chris, how about this? Safe travels to your family aboard Delta 881. And they are going to be departing on runway 30 left.
Flight 209, Mid-Star, wind 240 runway 30 left, clear to end.
And they're taking off in spectacular lighting right now.
180, runway 17, clear takeoff.
So I think they are already cleared to depart the south parallel runway. As soon as they get lined up,
Contact booking 84 Fox 2, ready to push.
Delta 14, I have a 1484 at Foxtrot 2, your push is approved, runway 30 right.
Push to 30 right, Delta 1484.
Look, here's a Ferrari. That is the Ferrari of the sky. Whoa!
Delta 881, connect first, get a...
Delta 881, Wilco, good day.
and look at that. We got a nice Smoky Joe takeoff with our 757-300. And by the way, Chris, you are more than welcome. That was a really, really great takeoff. You could hear the Pratt & Whitney music. Boy, what a buzzsaw.
2550 Minneapolis, wind 2607, runway 30 left.
I think that 757 departure is going to go in our highlights package for tonight in our runway recap that we'll show later on during the show tonight. Want to welcome in a longtime spotting friend of mine. And he goes by the name of the Fuzzy Traveler. He's a world traveler. He's always on the move. Loves cruising, loves flying. Is an expert at travel, all things travel. Aviation industry expert as well. Over 20 years experience in the industry. Knows a lot about the Delta fleet, the Northwest history. His aviation brain is certainly worth picking. The wealth of knowledge that he possesses from personal experience and from his research. So delighted to have our friend, the Fuzzy Traveler, join the program. Good evening. So great to have you on board. Welcome aboard to MSP Live.
Hello. Finally on the airwaves with MSP Live. As we stand here waiting for Icelandair to make its way down taxiway Whiskey for a 30 left departure nonstop to Reykjavik. Pretty amazing reliability when you look at some of these modern day airliners, considering that we see it as a 737, and among other 737s here in the Minneapolis scene tonight with the Delta and Southwest and United metal. But an interesting piece with that aircraft, that bird started its day today as the sun came up in Brussels, Belgium. Flew all the way to Reykjavik and onwards to Minneapolis, and now it turns and goes straight back through the night. For those of you viewing from Chicago, the Windy City, you will have this exact aircraft coming to Chicago here tomorrow night.
757-300.
They should be starting their taxi here shortly. Delta 2209.
So the 757-300s are starting to show up. Love the late evening cameos. So this is an arrival from Orlando, Florida, Delta 2209, exiting on Alpha 8. There's only 16 of them on the roster for Delta Airlines. All of them are ex-Northwest, delivered in the early 2000s. Now, Mr. Fuzzy Traveler, you've actually worked on the 757-300. What is that like for those viewers
It's
from
an
the
amazing
crew perspective?
aircraft. Absolutely amazing aircraft. Obviously built off the 757-200 frame. Carry a lot of people, a lot of cargo, really far distance. I have been aboard them all the way up into Alaska, Hawaii, and all over the lower 48. Just an incredible airplane. And like you said, there's only 16 of them that were made for Northwest Airlines, a direct replacement for the DC-10-40 back in the early 2000s when the DC-10 reached the end of its run. And, those of you who really remember the Northwest fleet remember that we had the DC-1030s and the DC-1040s, and they kind of came from, the 30s came from different airlines. The 40s, a lot of the 40s were native Northwest aircraft. And those DC-1030s that we used in international, those were replaced with the A330-300s.
I would also imagine the A330-200s was a part of that whole DC-10 replacement program. And Northwest went in the correct direction with the A330 because that airframe, the A330, has just been so reliable for Delta. And now going into the A330 Neo series, it forms the backbone of Delta's long-haul fleet, and they're just such great aircraft to spot. They're quiet as well, with the Neos in particular. And the A330 is an aircraft that you're also quite familiar with, too. What's one of the big things that always gets you every time with the 330 that you enjoy?
When that buzzsaw sound drops on takeoff, it's like, wow, it's a lot of power. A lot of power, you feel it. Constant acceleration through the entire takeoff run, and you know you're going somewhere. Obviously, nothing will ever match the power and feeling of a 747-400 taking off, headed for Asia. But that A330 It's got some amazing, amazing engines.
You have two engine options, the Pratt & Whitney PW4000 on the Northwest Birds, and then you have the GE CF680 on the top-up order A330s from Delta. Almost seems as if the GE CF680 is a louder engine from the spotter's perspective when it's taken off. The A330s that we have, there's a lot of noise that's generated. There's some of the loudest takeoffs that we get to witness from the viewing area. And I know that you measured the sound level of one takeoff one evening that we were out here behind the scenes. You said it was over 90 decibels?
Yeah, I don't recall what the exact reading was, but it was impressive.
Minneapolis, Delta 2209. Is it a line we just hold?
And you wouldn't think the A330-300s make a lot of racket, but they do. Their takeoffs are probably the most impressive out of every different aircraft.
Iceland Air is out.
Oh, here we have Iceland Air on the take. Oh, yes, it is Iceland Air on the run. 30 left, headed for Reykjavik.
Country 8721, Minneapolis ground. Runway 30 left. 30 left. Taxi via Lima, November. Correction, Lima 3. Cross runway 4, hold short runway 17.
Signal left.
Country 8721, runway 30 left. Taxi via Lima 3. Cross 4, hold short runway 17.
I always love watching the right bank turns on the standard instrument departure out of here off runway 30 left. Such a great angle, especially now that we're in the golden hour. These scenes are just going to keep coming at us with some amazing flair and panache. And keep in mind, we'll have Air France departing later on during the broadcast tonight on MSP Airport Live on our Saturday edition. So great to have you aboard with us. Alex Renning, joined by the Fuzzy Traveler, making his MSP Airport Live debut. He's been a personal friend of mine for years, friend of the show. It's a wealth of knowledge on not just everything travel by air and by sea, but also working in the aviation industry for well over 25 years.
It's nice getting these takeoffs out to the west off of 30 left and right, and the current check of the Minneapolis terminal forecast does indicate we are going to have a runway switch, likely right after sunrise tomorrow, switching probably to 1-2 left and right operation.
Got an A330 Neo on the move. I think this might be our departure to Amsterdam, Delta 162 Heavy, if memory serves. And it indeed is Delta 162. So they will be departing here in just a moment. They're going to be using the south parallel to leap into the air. The A330 Neos have really started to grow on me. It's not the most interesting wide-body aircraft, but wow. The landings are smooth. It's a sleek-looking airliner. It's clean. It's quiet.
8721,
and it has a lot of class.
Cross 17. Would you like to go to 17, or do you want to go all the way over to
So it's amazing to see that morning operation into the midday in Amsterdam, when you see, especially over on the E-gates, just delta tail after delta tail, just showing that connectivity that they have with KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. It's quite the sight.
Well, even going back to the days of Northwest Airlines, that connection has just been so critical for this market, predating Delta by decades.
If you really want to do a throwback, you can talk about the days when KLM used to fly the MD-11 and the 747-300 to MSP.
Yep, I do remember that. I've seen many photos, even some videos of the 747-300s that KLM used to roster. And even the MD-11s, too. Back in the day, MSP Airport got a lot of fun airlines from across the globe, and even here domestically.
Are you ready? 1484, turn right, heading 340, runway 30 right, for takeoff.
Holy butter, that was a smooth landing from the 757.
Yeah, you know, we talk about the history of international here in here at MSP and how it's evolved over the years with KLM. It's interesting to look and see how the international reach has changed out of here, because you go back 25 years, you had a nonstop to London Gatwick.
You had DC-10.
You had 1 or 2 Amsterdams. You had Tokyo Narita on the 747-200. And if you go into the late 90s, like 1998, there was a nonstop to Osaka, Northwest 23, and also Northwest 97 to Hong Kong. And that, as I recall, is part of why runway 422 got a bit of an extension. Don't ask me why it's 11,006 feet. Somebody decided we needed 6 extra feet on it. But you know, you fast forward to the present, and you look at the last several years, and we've had you know, KLM, we've picked up Air France, we've had Condor, Iceland Air, obviously continuing its service here. Discover.
Yep, Eurowings, Discover.
Yeah, Eurowings.
Yep. And Discover, they're keeping the seat warm for Lufthansa, being a part of the Lufthansa group. I think Lufthansa, even though that they had an 80% or greater load factor, they just could not regularly sustain operations to Minneapolis. Just given their wide-body fleet situation, they are in a shortage right now, I think.
I think if you back up into the tail end of the pandemic, that there were parts of the world, namely China, that recovered faster than expected, and they needed to jump forth into those markets. I know that Air France was another airline that was somewhat caught off guard with wide-body lift for certain markets, and they had to do a quick reshuffle of where they were going.
Interesting. So it's a very interesting explanation, and you know, it makes a lot of sense too, especially if you have opportunities in certain markets where you think you can perform admirably as just a part of the company and the fleet strategy. Make a lot of sense why Lufthansa would want to throw as much metal into that sector as they can.
But also remember, it's not always who's upstairs, it's what's downstairs. Because quite frequently in some markets, the cargo is paying the bill. That's what's bringing in the revenue.
13 minutes, wind 2505, runway 30 left, clear to land. Caution light carrots, heavy, bus departing. Delta 162 heavy, turn right 8340, connect departure. 8340 departure, Delta 162 heavy, good day.
And Delta 4934, me up to ground, push approved, runway 30 right.
That right bank turn with a 330 is never going to get old.
Delta 2961.
Delta 162 on its way to Amsterdam. Have a great flight.
Push approved, 30 right, we'll get past Fox 8, Delta 2961.
Delta 2145, me up to ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
So what are your thoughts on the Rome and the Copenhagen services that have been inaugurated or have returned? And returned in the case of the Rome service, because a lot of the flights that we're seeing to Rome, this is not something that is new for the Minneapolis market and that you can shed some history on, because Delta tried it initially in the early 2010s, but it flopped.
A lot of people on the move. People want to see the world. You know, one of the things that the pandemic did, not to keep bringing the pandemic up, but one of the things it did was that it took death and it threw it in everybody's face. And people realized, you know, let's go see the world. Let's go travel.
Yeah, life is way too short.
Yeah. In the case of the Copenhagen service, that is simply to complement SAS moving into SkyTeam out of the Star Alliance. So
have you flown SAS?
I have not. I know some people who just did, who just flew SAS.
Oh, interesting.
I'd be willing to give it a try.
I actually had a close friend of mine that actually went to Los Angeles to fly to Copenhagen. He could have taken Delta, but he's like, nope, I want to go out of the Bradley terminal. I want to go to the lounges there that I have access to, and I want to go fly on SAS. I want to try out SAS, and he actually had a pretty good experience.
I take the long way home all the time for that exact reason. You remember when I needed to get home from Singapore this last fall, and I hopped a Singapore Airlines 777 from Singapore to London Heathrow and then switched over to Virgin Atlantic to JFK. Quite the experience.
What were some of the things that you really liked about Singapore? Because in our conversations off air, you were just talking about this trip for a long time. It finally happened. And when you finally got your trip report put together, there's a lot of good takeaways from that trip from what I saw, but kind of give us your perspective on what you thought about Singapore and their service from Singapore to London.
So Singapore Airlines is renowned for their service, their crews, the warmth, the hospitality. They really, really are an incredible operation in the global reach that they have. Because of the geographics of where Singapore is, you get a lot of flights that are some of the longest in the world. For example, Singapore Flight 22, Singapore to Newark, and SQ24 that goes frequently right over the top of us here at MSP on its way to JFK. Those are their two longest flights. Their third longest flight is SQ37 out of Los Angeles, which can be right around 17 hours. So they know how to take care of people on ultra long haul flights. I mean, that's their bread and butter. Literally, like I said, pretty much anywhere they go outside of Asia, they're flying 10, 12, 14, 16 hours. As far as what did it for me, when you're pouring me bubbly in first class and passing the caviar, and for whatever reason being the only passenger seated in first class and having 3 flight attendants, including the in-flight service manager, looking after me personally, it kind of skews your feelings. But all I got to say is, man, that crew, simply amazing.
Absolutely. And I've heard nothing but good things about Singapore, whether people are vlogging or trip reporting or not. But do you think the presence of just maybe some of your camera gear or the vlogging, do you think that may have had an impact on the service that you received, or do you think it's just the customary standard from your experience?
Absolutely not, because they were incredibly warm and inviting before I even took anything out. So it was interesting when you're crew and you fly in another airline, they want to find out about your airline. So, we get in these Q&A sessions, and they want to talk about, trip construction, work rules, how much you actually fly in a month or a year, or different factors that lead into crew life. And so, I've had that multiple times on other airlines where it's like, oh, hey, we want to know about, hey, how many hours can you guys fly?
Citizen 80, give way to a CRJ turning off Charlie 23.
So with where you currently work, you fly, and where do you typically like flying to? What is the #1 airport that you love flying in and out of? If you had to pick one airport while on the job.
Do you have any idea how unfair of a question that is? Unfair. I like my flights in about the 3 to 5 hour range. When you
anywhere in that range.
Pretty much headed west.
Okay.
I find that when I do consecutive international trips, I'm always tired and I never know what time it is. And it's like you're at home. Hey, cool, it's 2 a.m. Let's just get up. Absolutely for no reason.
Nice.
or you're laying there and you can't sleep because you've just done 3 Parises in a row. So it's weird because then sometimes you get there, you get to the international destination, and then you also can't sleep. I have this thing when I go to Asia. It doesn't matter how tired I am or how much I've flown in the last several days. We get to 5 a.m., bam, my body's up. That can be obnoxious. It's like, okay, please just let me sleep.
Now, you talked about maybe 3 Parises in a row with the long haul flying. What's the key to surviving the job with the long haul? What works for you?
Sleep when you're tired. Eat when you're hungry. Don't force either. Just follow your body. You know, going eastbound to Europe, you know, if you're a later departure, stay up as late as you can. Stay up as late as you can, and then, you know, have a good dinner.
Yeah.
And then, you know, fall asleep and have that good quality sleep, because you're going to need it, because that next day, as soon as that sun comes up, you're gonna have a whole new flight to take care of. So you need to be rested and ready to go for it.
Now, you mentioned eating when your body is hungry. When your body is hungry, right? What are some of the things that you typically tend to gravitate towards, or some of the best in-flight meals that you've had? Talk about that. What do you typically like to go for?
So,
now, it depends on the airline, but let's say Delta that we're looking at.
So this is an interesting subject. This is a very interesting subject, because you got to remember that we're always flying. We're generally flying to and from the same airports, and those menus are set and they stay the same. So I, for example, carry almost all of my food when I fly, because, and it's not anything regarding airline food or aversions as such, but it's when it's 1 a.m. and you're in your hotel room and you're like, you know, I just need a little snack.
Yeah.
God bless all the hotel management throughout the world that has decided that little cube fridges are now standard feature in a hotel room, because I mean, that is a huge thing for us, because when you're carrying all your food, you want to be able to put it in and let it get cold. But you know, you go into your chow bag and you grab a little snack, and you're like, okay, that's better, and you're like, you're out. So I generally go towards lighter, healthier options. Sandwiches, green salad, pasta salads, stuff that's easy to grab and go, because sometimes you may not be looking for an entire meal, but you just need a little snack. And you know, sometimes when we're running between flights, you might have 5 or 10 minutes to quick munch on something and get ready to fly.
I like the grab and go stuff too. I've actually done that this week. Cold cuts, sliced cheese, vegetables. You get Whole Foods, really.
You get really, really creative. Because, you know, another one of the reasons for carrying your own food is because, you know, when you look at the expense of food on layovers at some of these hotels, in some of these big cities, especially international cities, you know, there have been times where I've kind of been backed into a corner with food, and I've had to pay, you know, $30, $35 for a meal, and it's like, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I see an A220.
We've been seeing a lot more Airbus A220 ops compared to, I guess, what we were used to seeing, especially because we had the 717s in the mix. But the disappearance of the 717 on a lot of routes in and out of MSP is just due to that next evolution of change, right, in the Delta fleet. You know, these are the 717 replacements. How much longer do you think the 717 will be around?
That is a huge question, and I am yet to find somebody that can actually answer it. There's all sorts of rumors, and I'm not gonna float any of the rumors because I don't want to breathe life into rumors. But you know, you look at the evolution. You look at the evolution of the 717, and how it started. You know, coming off of the DC-9 concept. I mean, you know, Douglas knew what they were doing when they created such an airliner. Yeah. You know, for those of you who really know the lineage of the 717 may remember when it first started, it was the MD-95. It wasn't even the 717. It's going to be interesting going forward, seeing what happens with the A220-500, which, just like every other extended fuselage, they're going to make the 220 even longer. And how the industry responds to that, because you know, now they're going to start nibbling on the low end of the A320 offer from Airbus.
Well, you also look at what Boeing is trying to get certified, the 737 MAX 7. It's going to start to nibble into that particular airframe, you would think, with that particular jet. As we look at a MAX 8 right now. So I'm excited with what Airbus is doing with the A220s. They are amazing aircrafts. You've had the chance to fly them a bunch.
I love them. They're easy. They're very easy to work.
When you stepped on an A220 for the first time, passenger or working, what was the first thing that came to mind? What was your first impression of that aircraft?
Look at all this space.
It looks really roomy in there. I mean, from all the different trip reports that I've seen, and also those windows are humongous. And if anybody knows me, I love a good view. Because I have to have my window seat. I love a good view over the wing or wherever it is.
Well, you've got all the amenities on board the aircraft. You've got Wi-Fi. You've got in-seat entertainment. If you're not going to stream something off of one of your own devices, and it's, you know, a multi-cabin offering. You know, having, you know, first class, comfort plus, and main cabin. So, and then of course there's the range of it. You know, we routinely use it to the West Coast from different markets, and also from Texas to both coasts, and it really is a versatile airplane.
Got a different air crossing the South Parallel. Headed out to Knoxville, Tennessee. I've actually driven through Knoxville one time, stayed overnight. Was helping a close friend of mine, moved back up from Florida. Started the day in Sarasota, drove north, stayed overnight in Knoxville, then continued onwards to Minnesota. Knoxville's a really, really nice area. It's also the home of the University of Tennessee Volunteers. Delta 298 Heavy to Rome. The A330-900 Neo is almost to the end of runway 30 left.
1292, make that first sure, 1292 Minneapolis, 260 runway 30 left, good land.
So there is Delta 298. It's going to be headed off to Rome tonight. Now, this year with the Rome departures and arrivals, Fuzzy Traveler, are they staggering the departure and arrival days, or are they all going to be both departures and arrivals happen on the same day?
I'm not sure. I think it actually comes down to the availability of aircraft and dialing in the amount of lift needed from each hub.
proceed to the south base via Alpha 5, hold short runway 30 left.
Now, it's really great to see the Rome route is doing well, and people have that interest. You know, one of our live viewers earlier today, we were contemplating it's more wishful thinking, but hey, wouldn't it be cool if we had a route from here to Milan in Italy with the 767? I think that would be a cool offer. But then again, you'd have to wonder how much that would cut into the route to Rome. And what kind of connections Delta would want to make at Rome versus somewhere like, for example, Milan.
3847, Minneapolis Tower, my 30 right, line up and wait.
Now, we are supposed to get later this year a nonstop from MSP to Kahului on the 767. But I don't think that is scheduled to start until either the fall or the winter. So have we ever had a route to Kahului, Hawaii?
I think just Honolulu.
Because that's what I'm thinking as well.
They've, you know, the airlines have done it off the West Coast.
Super Tug, 6 Minneapolis Tower, Alpha 5, cross runway 30 left, continue via Whiskey Charlie to the control point.
30 left, Alpha 5, Whiskey Charlie.
4716, turn right, contact ground point 9.
So if you're just tuning in, welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport here on this Saturday evening.
Denver 5253, Monterey Tower, 126.
So we are having a fantastic golden hour. Air France,
2952, Monterey Tower, 126.
they're going to be departing soon. And the jet bridge at Gulf 4 has been pushed, or pulled back rather, on Air France with the Dreamliner that is set to depart here at any moment.
Delta short at Quebec. What's your gate?
Delta short at Quebec, we're going to
So we also have Delta 298 that is about to get out of here for Rome, Italy.
Skype 3886, Minneapolis ground right, right, taxi via Papa. Delta 1469, Minneapolis ground at Charlie 10, push approved, Romeo 17. Delta 2918, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 right. Push approved.
Yeah. 298 heavy, runway 30 left, line up and wait.
And departing here within the next minute or two, Delta 298 Heavy to Rome, Italy with the A330-900 Neo. Also have Air France departing here pretty shortly with the 787-9 Dreamliner to Paris Charles de Gaulle. In the background of this arriving Frontier A320 Neo.
Left on Delta, Delta to the gate monitor, point 9 Frontier, flight code 90.
5253, Minneapolis Tower, traffic in position at Mike, cross runway 30 left and turn on Whiskey.
At Mike, cross runway 30 left, right on Whiskey, there, 5253.
2932, Minneapolis Tower, traffic.
So what do we got on the tail? This is Sky the Blue Jay.
2932, traffic crossing 30 left at Mike, right on Whiskey.
So we already had Steve the Eagle earlier today that came in from Dallas, did an MSP turn out of DFW. And this flight comes to us from Denver, Colorado, Frontier 1292.
117, clear for takeoff.
So there's Sky the Blue Jay.
3886, Minneapolis Tower, fly, actually turn right heading 320.
All right, everybody, Delta 298 is lined up with runway 30 lefts. And pretty soon we'll be on the takeoff roll.
Delta 2846.
Wow, did things get sunny here at the end of the day today. Fuzzy Traveler, this is what I was hoping for. The clouds would start to clear out and make way for the sunshine.
And here it is.
All right, everybody, Delta 298 is ready to thunder into the air for Rome, since they are now on the roll.
Minneapolis departure from Romeo is now current altimeter 2997.
Right now, current altimeter is 2997. 5527, contact departure.
Papa short of Papa 8.
Mike cross 30 left, right turn whiskey, SCS 4035.
2846, Minneapolis start, Mike cross 30 left, hold on whiskey.
And Mike clear cross 30 left, right turn on whiskey, Delta 2846.
So 298, I'll turn for about 2 miles or so.
298.
6253, 250.
Wow.
7, quick for takeoff.
Have a great flight to Italy tonight, Delta 298 Heavy.
3129, Minneapolis
Should be a great night for flying out of the Twin Cities today.
Via Papa, give way to a 73 as our passenger tail left to right current.
My question is, what's the menu on board? I'm getting hungry. I haven't had dinner yet.
298, heavy, turn right heading 340 and contact departure.
340 over departure, Delta 298 heavy.
3886, contact departure. Air 5489, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 right, line up and wait.
Yeah, BCS 1.
Canada 1553, turn left and contact ground point center.
Delta 1469, continue via Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left. Up, hold short, 30 left.
Yep.
Air Canada 1553, Minneapolis ground, straight head on Delta, just verify the gate. Taxi to the gate via Delta, good day. I think it's 180.
Boston and Chicago, 5253, turn right heading 230 and contact departure. At 4035, Minneapolis Tower, 17, line up and wait. Number 5489, turn right heading 360 and contact departure. Need 71, flag on my heading, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
$1469, Monster Tower, 126.7, good day.
Heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Right, 180, 17, clear takeoff, so 4035.
2846, runway 17, line up and wait. 4129, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 right, line up and wait.
2929, Minneapolis ground, push up third, runway 17. Ground Delta 29, range back with runway Delta 2918, runway 30 right, taxi via Bravo, Delta, Papa. Runway 30 right via Bravo, Delta, Papa, Delta 2918.
Sometimes
2871, turn right heading 360, contact departure.
284 out of 7. By the game schedule.
Make that Skyline 4129, flag on my heading, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Seoul JFK usually stays.
The 2846, wind 2407, turn right heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
What's all I gonna do?
4035, contact departure, good day.
Departure, Skies 4035, seal.
All right, everybody. Just talking to our spotting friends. Hey, it's our wonderful friend from our LA Flights fam, Cat Nerd. Saying, liking the beautiful Blue Jay. Good to see you today, Cat Nerd. Yes. Happy that Sky the Blue Jay paid us a visit. We had Steve the Eagle say hi again. It's like the third time this month. Rosie, so good to see you tonight. Hey, happy Saturday. Says, hi, MSP peeps. I'm super late to the party. Too much yard work today. Well, hey, you know what? It's a good day to do yard work. It's great outside. Don't feel bad.
Skyline 4129, turn right heading 360, contact departure.
Cam the Fisherman, so great to have you on board today. Just came over from the LA Flights show with Josh. Just into the street today. Hey, so great to see you, Cam. Welcome to Minneapolis. Boy, we're in for a great golden hour of plane spotting. We have Air France that is going to be departing here. We're going to go take a closer look at Air France over at Concourse G. They brought the Dreamliner today. So they had several consecutive days of 777 ops.
39,000 Minneapolis ground.
And today they decided, well, we're going to bring the Dreamliner instead. So they're at Gate Golf 4. That's their departure gate on the south side of MSP. The gate has been pulled back. So the French love to take their time in getting out. So we have an overflight that we're going to catch here. So an amazing head-on look is coming our way here in just about a minute. So it's going to be Singapore cargo headed to Cincinnati from Seoul. Singapore 7446 Heavy with a 777 freighter. So we'll wait till they get a little bit closer just to make it easier for the camera to focus. So also want to welcome our LA Flights fam that's just tuning in here, that we're just watching Josh over at LAX earlier today. And also the arrival of Egypt Air is now at LAX, which is a pretty big deal.
1303 Minneapolis Airlines 26087, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Egypt Air today.
Oh, okay. Yep. I just want to make sure you didn't.
Yeah, Egypt. No, it happened.
Okay.
I saw it.
All right, carry on.
I saw the thing about Royal Air Maroc.
Yeah. That's what I thought you were talking about. I'm like, wait a minute. There.
All right, everybody, we're going to catch that Singapore cargo 777 overflight from MSP. Got to find it here. There it is. Look at the contrails on this 777 freighter making its way high above the Twin Cities. Look at this. Now that is super cool. So again, we're looking at Singapore cargo for DHL Flight 7446 en route to Cincinnati from Seoul Incheon. This 777 freighter has been in the air for just over 11 and a half hours. And right now it's at 37,000 feet. So at flight level 370, they are cruising.
1469, contact departure. So 2918 Minneapolis Tower, flight runway heading, runway 30 right, cleared for takeoff.
That's so cool. So DHL on its way to Cincinnati. It's really Singapore cargo.
1392, just be a couple minutes for you, wait for traffic. Clear.
Wow. Absolutely awesome.
1925, front at Mike, and contact ground point hunter.
39,000, taxi. Cooper 9000, runway 17, taxi via Delta Sierra Kilo, across runway 4. 2929, Minneapolis ground, runway 17, taxi via Quebec, Mike, across runway 4, hold short.
A couple of arrivals in the distance. Delta 1303 from Detroit. And then behind them, United 2076. So that United flight is coming in from Denver.
Out of 1925 on Mike, going to Charlie 11. So 1925, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Bravo, runway, actually Bravo cross.
So Delta 1303 last summer actually used to be a 350 domestic flight. So Delta used to stick an A350 on that service. Delta 1484 was also an A350. I think the idea that Delta had was they wanted to keep them flying as much as possible. But unfortunately, they could not maintain the schedule as to not interfere with other assignments those aircraft were scheduled to perform. And for example, there were some days where Delta had in the system Delta 1303, which arrived after Delta 1484 departed to work flight 1484 that would depart before it even got in.
So 1303, any right turn, contact ground on point hunter. Right turn point hunter, Delta 1303, have a good night.
Some days that wasn't the case.
2605 and a 30 left.
But Delta, unfortunately, as much as they tried, they could not make that work.
So 1303, going to turn on the runway, park spot 2 tonight. 1303, Minneapolis ground, taxi via runway 4.
So Delta reverted back to the usual
Delta 1303. Delta 1925.
narrow body equipment that typically flies the Detroit services. And tonight it's in X Northwest A320.
Wait for the 73 to clear the alleys and push approved 30 right. Alright, that's there, 73, close the alleys, close the first 30 right, Delta 2929, monitor tower 126.7, good day.
I've been Chris 10. So good to see you today, Chris. Love that camera work. Great job, Alex. Hey, thanks, Chris. So great to have you on board as well. Great to know that you're enjoying the camera work. Gotta get everything in the best possible way, right? Especially because these golden hour lighting conditions are just spectacular. So here's United touching down from Denver. So this is behind Delta 1303 that just arrived from Detroit. The MSP to Denver route constantly is fighting with the MSP to Chicago O'Hare route as the busiest route in and out of the Twin Cities. Man, United is throwing the max 9 on this assignment tonight.
144.
With that, sun's headed for the horizon quick. We are officially 15 minutes away from sunset at Minneapolis International.
2706.
All right, we're going to get a quick view of our sunset here.
Hold short, runway 30 left at Alpha 2076, taxi via runway 4 in Quebec.
Look at this. How's that for a sunset, everybody? Wow. Don't want to point the camera directly at the sun for too long. If you do that, it will actually damage the image sensor. We don't want to do that with our precious streaming equipment.
40 feeding, disregard the line and hold short clearance, still clear to land with visual. It's quarter line, Delta 4.
Cam the Fisherman says, beautiful golden hour right now. It is. It is spectacular. I was getting a little worried earlier today that things might stay cloudy, but thankfully they did not, and those clouds are pretty much out of here. I mean, it is still partially cloudy, but...
It's a pretty popular viewing area tonight. As I look around, there really isn't much in the way of parking spots available, and quite a few people here, I would assume, to spectate Air France as it heads back to Paris.
Absolutely. And everyone's excited for the 777 ops that are going to be right around the corner here as we start the month of June. But got to enjoy our time with the 787 before that assignment changes to the 777, because we don't have much time left with the Air France 787 here at MSP before the 777 takes over, and we'll have to wait till next year to start seeing the Air France 787 here at MSP.
Or will they throw us a curveball and send us a 350? You never know.
Which they need to start doing. Air France, please start sending us A350 metal. That would be really amazing if they were to send the A350 next year.
59.9, runway 30 right track via Papa.
Do the A350s, Fuzzy Traveler, do they have La Premiere? I know the 777...
My understanding is that La Premiere is only on the 777-300s. I know it was on the A380, and sadly, no more Air France A380s, but there are a set of routes that Air France offers at La Premiere service. And I apologize for any native French speakers. I know that we are absolutely murdering the pronunciation on La Premiere, but apologies.
La Premiere is just a stunning business class product. I mean, it's one of the premier business class products in the world.
Oh, throw those brakes on. It's a first class product.
First class, okay.
And on the 777, it is only 4 seats. 4 seats with a very, very high level of service.
Cam, thanks for the heads up, letting us know that Air France 23 flying close to Minneapolis, flying from LAX to Paris. Can only guess if that's a 777-300ER.
That is one of their signature La Premiere routes, LA to Paris. Again, it's only offered on the 777-300.
402 Minneapolis ground, taxi Delta Papa. Delta 402.
All right, we gotta catch the sunset here. Holy cow! Look at that.
Yeah. 5518 planning 180 to 17, cleared for takeoff, winds 2806. Up to 29, contact Sparks next. Report traffic 9, Delta 2920.
Wow. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the many amazing scenes that you are going to experience if you come out and do some live spotting here during the evening at MSP. Look at that sunset.
1641, turn left, taxi Papa to the gate. The Airbus off your left will be on the inner. You can monitor ground point. 56, monitor tower 126.7 today.
So Track JJ says, passing about 30 to 40 miles north of MSP, we will not see that.
3 cross runway 30 left, turn right on whiskey.
It's Cam. You had me excited there for just a second that we could possibly get another one of those awesome overflights.
Minneapolis tower, fly runway heading.
It's all right.
Right, cleared for takeoff.
And that is not a good sign.
674, Minneapolis
The
ground,
jet
runway
bridge
17.
has been reconnected with Air France at Gulf 4.
We may get actually another golden hour flyby. We have Lufthansa 447 going from Denver to Frankfurt in an A350-900.
Oh, nice.
It's to be about 50 miles out.
1641, Minneapolis ground, you can taxi via Papa, top drop right, going into Charlie 7. South 1144, fly heading 180 and 17, cleared for takeoff, wind 2806. Heading 180,
Dad of Obi-Wan Cat and Krypton Husky, thanks so much for tuning into us tonight. So just stopping by to give the stream a like. Hello from LAX. Well, greetings. Welcome to Minneapolis. So great to have you on board tonight.
674, monitor tower.
We have a lot of fun here from Minneapolis, especially on Mondays and Wednesdays, which will be the next shows upcoming on our streaming schedule next week. Wednesdays at Minneapolis are starting to get just bonkers. You have the UPS and FedEx cargo heavies, the slew of Delta widebody A330 and 350 flights, which includes a pretty good dose of the A350, Air France, KLM on Wednesday, Discover on both Monday and Wednesdays. You get Iceland Air as well, Aer Lingus. And it's just buzzing here on Mondays and also on Wednesdays, especially on Wednesdays. And of course, UPS is starting to regularly schedule the 747 in the early evening from Louisville.
For those of you night owls who may be up, who are interested in high altitude spotting, looking for those beacons in the night, it is a very, very favorable night for such with the winds. 34,000 feet, 210 at 88 knots. Amazing tailwind to catch on their way to Europe. A lot of flights are headed towards Minnesota from the desert southwest. It was something interesting to do.
Jason Jenkins, thanks so much for tuning in today. Asking, are they working underneath the left wing on Air France? Possibly, they might have. Not sure exactly what's going on with Air France here, but they were already supposed to have taken off.
674 whiskey, cross runway 22. I think it was, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa going after an Airbus. LD-72, Minneapolis ground, push approved, 30 right.
Oh, good evening, Delta 2191, visual runway 30 left.
Delta 2191, Minneapolis Tower, 12705, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Delta 30 left, clear to land, Delta 2191, park safe.
Delta 1356, fly heading 180, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
Yeah, he is absolutely wanted.
Delta 1110, any left turn, contact ground pointer.
Think you'll be a co-host here in the future? Yeah. It was just, I just needed to do it once. I just, just to like break into it.
1392, Minneapolis Tower, fly runway heading runway 30 right, cleared for takeoff. One time, Minneapolis ground, taxi via, looks like it's full, Fox 15, 1 5. Sorry, I got the wrong one. Taxi Charlie, Fox again. Just 4003, Minneapolis ground, only 30 right, taxi via Papa.
Well, and there's services.
Camp the Fisherman. Yeah, I see Lufthansa. It's our 350. Jet bridge still connected to Air France. We, unfortunately, we might not.
Lufthansa 447 from Denver. Okay.
We might not get the Air France departure tonight, depending on how late they are. Because that hold up at the gate. And keep in mind, we have to be out of here before dusk.
1356, contact push. Plane 85, Minneapolis Tower, traffic home position with 2806, 30 right, go in. 674, flying 180 and 17, cleared for takeoff, wind 2806.
And there is Lufthansa 447 en route to Frankfurt from Denver with the A350-900, everybody.
That's 4003, Minneapolis Tower, traffic set a 6 mile final with 30 right on a point.
Look at that. So look at that. We got a couple of really cool high altitude spotting opportunities tonight from MSP. Some really good flyovers. Really good contrail action as well with the overflights.
Minneapolis ground, push at the bird, only 3 there right.
Phil GPG, good to see you today, Phil. Says greetings from Northern California. So good to have you stop by MSP tonight on Saturday. I'm getting a little concerned, I'm not going to lie, because Air France, they had the jet bridge pulled back close to departure time. Looked like we might get an on-time departure with our Dreamliner tonight. And, well, you can basically throw that out the window. Jet bridge is still connected to Air France. And it looks like that there might be a nocturnal departure for Air France tonight.
Yeah, 4039, flight 320, 320, contact departure today.
Daniel Swanson, one of our awesome mods, chiming in, saying that his flight tracking app still had Air France departing 18 minutes ago with no update. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Hunter Flavian, so good to see you today, Hunter. Says, hey, Alex, do you know when the next time the 747 will be back? Probably on Tuesday. Tuesday or Wednesday midweek next week. So here at MSP, just in general, probably tomorrow. Probably tomorrow is what my best guess is. But But as far as catching it on the stream, big possibility on Wednesday. UPS does not fly to Minneapolis on Mondays. Phoebe Believes says, who is commenting with you now? So we have a special guest on tonight, and that's a good question. And so it's a friend of mine that I've known for years. Goes by the Fuzzy Traveler.
Oakland 85, turn left, contact ground.
And he's a current
runway is available if you need it.
He's a current aviation industry professional.
Ground, taxi via Quebec Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30
So he works on flight crew for a particular airline that I'm not going to say which.
About 872, sorry, all set.
He's also a former Northwest Airlines
2705, fly runway heading runway 30 right, clear
as
for
well.
takeoff.
He's an avid world traveler in his free time. Pinnacle member with Royal Caribbean. Loves cruising and loves flying. His status with quite a few different airlines. Does travel vlogging. And you can go check it out. And go subscribe to the Fuzzy Traveler on YouTube. And on the homepage with our spotting friends, you'll see the Fuzzy Traveler. That's who it is. Has a lot of amazing trips. Has really great footage on all of his different trip reports, so it's worth checking out. Oh my goodness! Yeah! Air France is probably going to get out of here just in the nick of time. The jet bridge has been pulled back from Air France.
41 Minneapolis ground.
So now departing for Paris. Looks like Air France is ready to stretch its legs. It took them long enough.
Yeah, 1 second. Super target, Minneapolis ground, proceed via Alpha and Delta. .40, runway 17, taxi via Quebec Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left.
Oh, no, it's more beacon. It's more so like flight attendant stuff and pilot stuff.
About 872, heading 360, contact departure, good day. Yeah, Alpha, Delta, and Papa.
Ground, hello, House 89 uniform, and Gulf of 4, reception stop.
Ground 89 uniform, heavy, Minneapolis ground, roger. It's going to be a minute up to get to passenger tail before I can let you push.
Standby, 89 uniform.
All right, everybody. Looks like we are going to get Air France after all. How fun. I was getting a little worried that the issue that they were trying to work out or whatever was going on over there at G-Concourse with Air France was going to delay their departure to a nocturnal one. But it looks like they're going to squeak it out here just after sunset. So Air France has just checked in with ground. And we will have our Dreamliner departure tonight after all. I was going to say it would be a pretty disappointing end to our show if we didn't end with the Air France Dreamliner departure out 30 left, would it?
Monitor ground, point 9.
Delta the gates, left France Delta the gates, monitor point 9.
I haven't been down here.
Canada, 245 visual, 30 left.
Delta 2245, Minneapolis Tower, wind is 260 at 4, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to land, Delta 2245.
Command 082, monitor tower 126.7 today.
Monitor 47 minutes delay 2.
this is used for about departing flight that is about to be boarding or about to be arriving. Just to say, hey, this will be here in a few minutes. It's, no, it'll be this. No, I know. What is it? What is it? But it's also be done for a while until I go load the one from this camera on my channel, because I still got a little like, I still got oh, bouncy landings. Bounce. Oh.
There's 8-9 uniform. You're just waiting for the target passenger tail.
So Air France,
be runway 30
get ready to push from Concourse G, headed out to Paris tonight.
Yeah, the videos right now are from, the ones right now are from my camera, the Nikon.
So tell you what, throughout the day today, we've had a lot of smooth landings as well. A lot of nice departures. Now that we're just past golden hour and getting into blue hour. Yeah, a lot of solid landings today. We haven't had a whole lot of landings that went, which is always a good thing.
Back to the 2159, Los Angeles, going to gate 2159, Minneapolis ground route. It's going to be a delay for the heavy push to downfield. Taxi Alpha, short of Alpha 7, and then I'll call you back for release. Alpha, short of Alpha 7, 21. Super Target 8, when you're able, once you clear the tunnel, join Bravo Delta to the gate. Gus 4040, monitor tower, 126.
K8231. So good to see you today on MSP Airport Live. Thanks so much for tuning in. It says, hi all, my cat is watching the channel. All right. There we go. We got our animal friends, family watching as well. That's great.
I need to start with 2605 and a 30 left middle in. 30 left middle in.
AJ Laboni saying hi. Hey, welcome. It's so great to have you on board to our show tonight. We're sort of at the tail end of our live plane spotting show here from Minneapolis, St. Paul. We're just waiting on these guys to get going so then we can start wrapping up here pretty shortly. So Air France is cutting it close here.
2159, just hold short 30 left Alpha 7 now. You can monitor tower 126.7, no cross over. Hold short of 30 left at Alpha 7 left, tower. Air France, 8-9 uniform, you can push.
Cam, thanks for the heads up. Saying that our next flyover should be British from Denver to Heathrow.
Yep. Then let's get at Alpha 7, crossing way 30 left, left turn whiskey, traffic 2 mile, final another way. Cross 30 left, Alpha 7, left turn whiskey, left.
All right, Air France is now pushing back.
That's 40 towers, out the way at Mike, crossing way 30 left, turn right on whiskey, traffic 2 mile, final.
Or they are about to push.
On Mike,
and away they go.
Everybody at 082 at November, crossing by 17.
Finally! Finally, Air France is pushing back.
E3, hold short runway 30 left, and what's the gate tonight? Whiskey, 30 left, we got a golf. Have it. 32806, thanks for the patience, swim 2504 and a 30 left, good away. 30 left, runway, 30 left, good away. Minneapolis, Separation Sierra, October 2998. The F Travis 5 Test Mark Data Sierra, perimeter 2998.
Cam the Fisherman asks us, do we know what the issue with Air France is? That, unfortunately, we probably will not know.
Oh, 2198, turn right up Mike, contact ground point 9, get it.
Right up Mike, ground point 9, Delta 198.
And more than likely, probably a combination of factors relating to the substantial delay for Air France.
Delta 2198.
Air France is pushing back, and they are facing the direction. They'll need to taxi to head to runway 30 left. That's in front of us for a south parallel departure into the sunset and evening skies above Minneapolis for France. I think there are very few airlines that can pull off the Euro white look, and I think Air France is one of them in the current livery. Finnair can do it, and Air France would be the other, in my opinion.
And Lufthansa?
Perhaps. Lufthansa has a really clean livery. Really clean. Discover as well. I'm also down with the Discover livery. I think if you're going to do a Euro white livery, it has to have some sort of billboard lettering to make it work. I also love the emblems that are on the engines for Air France. So this is going to be the finale tonight.
40, climb maintain 7,000. In 2806, turn right, contact ground point 9.
Ground point 9, right.
Delta 22, contact with looking for Delta North. Delta 2159, roger, taxi straight in.
Yeah. Ground American 2006, going to Echo 14.
Echo 28, 80, Minneapolis ground, taxi Charlie, back Delta.
Charlie, Quebec Delta.
All right, doing final checks on the rudder. And it looks like that we are almost ready to go. That number one engine is already purring.
So I can get the flaps set.
Air France 89 uniform, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
Yep, there you go. And their taxi checklist is complete. And now it's off to the south parallel for departure.
All Air France for now, taxi Alpha to the gate.
All Air France for now, taxi Alpha to the gate. Delta 2198. Alpha to the gate, Delta 2198.
And then if it's like stubborn reason, I just can't get away. Yeah. Then I'm like, other than that, I was interested in wanting to use my laptop. We'll have to do it. Use my PC. Are you kind of against all this AI stuff coming into aviation we're talking about too? So I can't say I'm kind of not a biggest fan. I don't.
And probably the best sight of the evening, Air France is finally in motion for runway 30 left. And taking their time, of course, because it's Air France.
That's when I start struggling. And then the low shutter speeds, I just don't do pans enough to actually do good at it.
There's downtown Minneapolis all lit up for the nighttime scene. We got the Capella Tower with all those bright lights on the right-hand side of the frame. Such an iconic view.
Air France 8, enter uniform heavy, Minneapolis Tower, flag on my heading for my 30 left, clear for takeoff.
France 8, 9, uniform heavy, switch to tower now, 126.7 today.
All right, our Air France 787 Dreamliner already cleared for takeoff.
Air France 8, 9er uniform heavy, Minneapolis Tower, flag on my heading for my 30 left, clear for takeoff. So it's 2765, Minneapolis Tower, gosh, my turbines departing heavy Boeing 787, the one's 250 at 4, for my 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, up 30 left, up 2765.
And there they are, everybody lining up with the south parallel runway. They're going to get out of here for Paris. Finally, at 9:02 p.m. Central. So they are about 40 minutes late. But thankfully, the flight is still on. No cancellations, and they are now departing to Paris. And our Air France departure with the 787, also a notable flight alert. All right, everybody. Here we go. Air France now on the move for Paris.
Contact departure, good day.
To the 360 with the departure from Flight 9 uniform, thank you, good day.
Tower Delta 2225 over Narco. 2225 Minneapolis Tower, 1260 at 4, runway 30 left, clear to land. 30 left, clear to land, Delta 2225.
Au revoir, Air France. Until next time. I'll tell you what, Air France was cutting it close. They were finally able to get out of here. Super happy that we were able to catch that for you today. In the essence of time and waiting for Air France, so we are going to scrap the runway recap tonight just because we got to be out of here when the viewing area closes. It's going to take some time to strength the equipment. So we're going to forego our runway recap for tonight. And I will save the highlights from tonight's show. We'll run that probably on Monday's show whenever we get to it. So before we get going, I want to let you know that our broadcasts are proudly supported by Jet Set Shirts. Get your aviation swag on at jetsetshirts.com. Link in the description below. You also got the MSP Airport Live LAX edition merch still on the shop.
2765, to Delta.
And also by the Pilot's Weather Map. Real-time weather data in functional decor that'll be at home for anybody. Pilots and aviation enthusiasts alike will love a custom crafted real-time weather map for the Pilot's Weather Map. Get yours today at thepilotsweathermap.com. Link below. And also by DG Pilot, purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiasts. Check them out at dgpilot.com. They have a 15% off store-wide Memorial Day sale going on right now. So get over to DG Pilot. Get yourself some aviation merch right now, 15% off store-wide. I don't know if it applies to model pre-orders or anything like that, but on current in-stock models and really everything in the store and online, 15% off. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dgpilot.com this Memorial Day. And as much as I'd like to stay in spots, the viewing area will be closing soon. Part of the reason why we decided to scrap the runway recap for tonight. We'll be back on Monday, everybody, with our next installment of MSP Live, and then Wednesday next week. So make sure to set reminders for this upcoming Monday afternoon when we will be back on the air. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll have Discover 2. So it should be a lot of fun this Monday. And also Wednesdays are getting really busy and really hectic, which is always good for us plate spotters. But until next time, have a great night, everybody, and we will see you in the next installment of MSP Airport Live. For our outstanding team of mods, and for our friend the Fuzzy Traveler, I'm Alex Redding, saying good night from the Twin Cities. We'll see you on Monday, everybody, or on the next installment of MSP Airport Live. Until then, take care.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.